des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on God for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on God for thee.
Doors be open. If I can ask members, please, to take their seats quietly. The Honourable, statements by members, déclaration de députés, the Honourable Member from Nepean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the third year, Area X.O, which is part of Invest Ottawa, and the Government of Canada hosted GC Expo, the epic smart mobility demonstration day in my Nepean riding. GC Expo brought together more than 70 Canadian companies to host live technology demonstration at Area X.O. GC Expo created an exclusive opportunity for invited guests to experience the power and impact of cutting-edge Canadian technologies, including many preparing for global markets. 1,500 plus participants from industry, academia, government, and investment community throughout the day got to experience live tech demos from 78 innovators and companies from Canada's capital and across the country, from cargo air vehicles to drones, robots, low-speed automated shuttles, Internet of Things, smart city solutions, and more. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Wellington, Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, Richard Blair Morrow, beloved husband of Sandy and devoted father to Tanya and Alana, passed away at the age of 84. He was elected to Halton Regional and Town of Halton Hills Council in 1974, the year they were formed. In fact, it was Rick's suggestion of the name Halton Hills, the name the municipality still has today, that won in a resident vote for the newly merged municipality. Rick made many other contributions beyond elected office. He graduated from RMC in 1962. He joined Air Canada as a pilot in 1965 and became captain in 1973. He was instrumental in expanding GO service to Georgetown and was appointed Commissioner of Halton Regional Police in 1981. We are grateful for Rick Morrow's lifetime of service and wish to pass along to Sandra, Tanya, and Alana our deepest sympathies.
The
Honourable Member for Vimy. Mr. Speaker, Cyprus celebrated its 64th anniversary of independence, and this reminds me of my first visit in July, which coincided with the 50th anniversary of the Turkish invasion. This tragic event killed thousands, destroyed infrastructure, and forced Greek and Turkish Cypriots alike to leave the island.
Democratic nation with a thriving economy as part of the European Union, welcoming both Greek and Turkish Cypriots. I visited the UN buffer zone and met 2 Canadian peacekeepers by the monument honoring the 28 Canadians who lost their lives in Cyprus. The Canadian flag we brought with us is now flying proudly next to the monument. Canada and Cyprus established strong diplomatic relations 64 years ago and continue to focus on peace and stability.
Canada continues to support the efforts of both communities to prove an acceptable path to reunification for an inclusive future, making Cyprus a beacon of hope and prosperity in the region. I would like to remind all members that it is important to respect the 60-second limit for your statement. The Honourable Member for La Pointe-de-l'Île. Mr. Speaker, it's with immense pride that I am underscoring the 350th anniversary of Pointe-aux-Trembles, which stands out because of the richness of its history, its heritage sites, and its larger-than-life people who were born there. For example, authors Robert Chevalier, Claire Vaujas, and Serge Bouchard, athletes such as Rodrigue Gilbert and the Dufault-Lapointe sisters, artists Marie-Claire and Michel Séguin, ou Christian Bégin, and the Léger family in politics. And there was also Marc Campbell, who at only 16 participated in the Patriot movement in 1837-38. La Pointe-de-l'Île residents have always faced adversity. For example, when the British Army landed in 1760 in the current Clémentine de la Rousselière Park, or when a fire destroyed half the city in 1912. La Pointe-de-l'Île residents, I wish all of us a happy 350th anniversary.
L'honorable député d'Alfred.
The Honourable Member for Alfred Pellan. Mr. Speaker, last Saturday, I attended the gala of the 75th anniversary of the Canadian-Italian Business and Professional Association. This extraordinary milestone bears witness to the commitment and the success of this association, which was founded to help business people and professionals. Over the decades, the CIBPA has become a beacon in the business community, offering a forum where ideas and perspectives can meet.
This CHIBA's continued efforts in advancing the business, cultural, and social interests of its members going beyond traditional networking. In its 75 years, CHIBA has provided valuable services and activities that enhance professional growth and interpersonal connections, fostering a network of motivated leaders. It has supported both individual and corporate growth, building a community that values teamwork, integrity, and innovation. Congratulations to the chair, Mr. Rick Sassano, and cheers to many more years of excellence.
The Honourable Member from Chilliwack Hope.
100 years ago, an outpost of the Salvation Army was established in Chilliwack. Its mission, to share the love of Jesus Christ, meet human needs, and be a transforming influence in the community. Today, the Salvation Army's Care and Share Centre operates a multitude of social service programs, including a food bank, homeless shelter, soup kitchen, thrift store, and homeless outreach program. To celebrate their 100th anniversary, the Salvation Army has launched a March to a Million fundraising campaign, which will help purchase food to keep up with soaring demand, upgrade aging facilities, and provide even more support to those needing help in our community. Many people in Chilliwack are hurting, with a growing population of hungry and homeless. Food bank usage has increased by over 40% in the last year alone. The needs in our community have never been greater. The Salvation Army has been there for Chilliwack for the last 100 years. I'm asking all who are able to support them now so that they can continue to provide their life-giving work in our community.
L'honorable député de Pontiac.
The Honourable Member for Pontiac.
I rise today in this House to express my gratitude to the former chief of the Kirigan Zibi community. He stood by his community during difficult times like the COVID-19 pandemic, and he worked towards making his community one of the most vibrant communities in Canada. Like me, Dylan White Duck is a fan of Lord of the Ring, and he made me smile one day when he said that he wants his community to be like the Shire, one of the most beautiful places in the Middle Earth. Et j'en profite également pour...
And I would also like to warmly congratulate the new chief of Kirigan-Zibi, Charlie White Duck, who was a friend of Dylan and who contributed to his community and who will continue to do so. Kirigan-Zibi, he will make it one of the most beautiful places in the Outaouais region. Thank you.
The Honourable Member from Vancouver, Granville.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to express my heartfelt gratitude to the Hellenic community in Vancouver, Granville. With a proud history that spans over a century in Vancouver, Granville, this community has profoundly enriched our country and Vancouver's cultural landscape. I was especially honored to have received this past weekend their highest award of honorary lifetime membership. This recognition also reflects the collective commitment of Vancouver Granville's Hellenic community to unity, compassion, and resilience, traits that make us proud as Vancouverites and as Canadians. Mr. Speaker, the Hellenic community of Vancouver's commitment to philanthropy and community service, of providing a space for so many diverse groups to gather, is a testament to the great things we can all do when we come together. Their commitment to community reminds us of the importance of helping those in need and ensuring no one is left behind. As we seek to build a more inclusive Canada, Mr. Speaker, let us celebrate and learn from Vancouver Granville's Hellenic community. Thank you.
The honourable member from Charleswood St. James, Assiniboia Headingley.
Tonight at sunset marks the beginning of Rosh Hashanah, the Jewish New Year. Rosh Hashanah is one of the most important holidays in the Jewish calendar. This holiday allows family and friends to come together to appreciate the struggles and triumphs of the previous year, as well as to reset and refocus on the year ahead. It's a time of hope and encouragement that has inspired Jewish people for millennia, comforting them even in times of unimaginable hardship. Rosh Hashanah is particularly important this year as the Jewish community faces so much uncertainty and hatred. In the 10 days leading up to Yom Kippur, I hope that not only the Jewish community, but all of Canada commits to fighting hatred and anti-Semitism. To everyone celebrating Rosh Hashanah, Shana Tova Umetuka. To you and your family, Canada's Conservatives wish you a peaceful and prosperous New Year.
The honourable member from Humber River Black Creek.
Mr. Speaker, today I wish to honour an extraordinary advocate and environmental champion in the Humber River Black Creek community by the name of Edith George. For over 20 years, Edith has been a relentless hero for the historical recognition of a red oak tree, a magnificent 300-year-old landmark located in the immediate vicinity of the Toronto Carrying Place Trail. Her unwavering dedication not only underscores the importance of preserving our natural heritage, but also deepens our connection to our shared history. Edith actively participates in various boards, always striving to uplift and engage our community. Her passion and leadership inspire those around her, demonstrating the profound impact one individual can have in making our world a better place. Thank you, Edith, for our steadfast advocacy and for being a beacon of hope for both the Humber River Black Creek and the broader community. Your efforts truly make a difference. Thank you, Ms. George.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member from Montmagny-les-Lacs, Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, after 9 years of this Liberal government, their record is disastrous. Cost of living is up, taxes are up, crime is up, and Canadians are increasingly frustrated. Quebecers are clear they're sick of this Liberal government, which does nothing but waste their money and encroach on areas of provincial jurisdiction. The Bloc Québécois can no longer justify propping up this Liberal Prime Minister. Yesterday, once again, the Bloc had the opportunity to vote for the interests of Quebecers by supporting our non-confidence motion. But once again, the Bloc preferred to turn its back on Quebecers, prop up the government, which has been making their lives miserable for over 9 years, and they got nothing in exchange, not even the revocation of the Liberal order that could kill the forest industry in Quebec. Why? Simply because the Bloc does nothing for Quebecers. It thinks only of propping up this Liberal Prime Minister. That's a very strange type of sovereigntist party, Mr. Speaker.
À l'ordre, s'il vous plaît.
Order.
Member from Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Mr. Speaker, after 9 years of this NDP Liberal government, taxes are up, costs up, crime's up, time's up. Canadians are fed up with this government's economic vandalism. Since 2019, Canada's GDP is down 2% per capita, whereas in the U.S., it's up by 8%. Trevor Tombe, economist, wrote that if Canada had simply kept pace with the U.S. over the past 2 years, our economy would be 8.5% larger. That means every Canadian would be $6,000 richer. Mr. Speaker, enough is enough. A common-sense Conservative government will reverse this economic vandalism, bring home powerful paychecks, cut taxes, red tape, and deliver powerful paychecks for Canadians. A common-sense Conservative will fix what Liberals broke and restore the promise that is Canada.
The honourable member for Saint-Léonard, Saint-Michel.
Next week, from October 7th to 11th, Malnutrition Awareness Week will be taking place. Malnutrition is a serious challenge which has deep and long-lasting developmental, economic, social, and medical impacts on individuals and communities. From undernourishment to poor diet, millions of children across the world suffer serious consequences each year. Au Canada,
In Canada, our government was quick to take decisive action in order to address this problem through our national school food program, which allows thousands of children to go to school with a full tummy and to achieve their full potential. My bill, C-252, is also an important step towards a future where all our children will be able to receive high-quality food to protect their health and their future.
there is still more work to be done, Mr. Chairman, and therefore let's continue to improve and promote healthy dieting.
The honourable member from London Fanshawe.
Today I join with Londoners to celebrate the 20th anniversary of My Sister's Place, which provides a safe and inclusive centre that supports women and those who identify as women. They help vulnerable people who may experience gender-based violence, trauma, chronic mental and physical health challenges, homelessness or housing instability, substance use and extreme poverty. Through drop-in and wraparound services in partnership with CMHA Thames Valley Addiction and Mental Health Services and many other organizations throughout London, My Sister's Place creates a welcoming, non-judgmental culture, what they call a reprieve from the stigma women so often feel when they need support. I cannot thank the incredible workers, volunteers, and supporters of My Sister's Place enough. For the past 20 years, you have been the heart of our community. You welcome women in with such warmth and open arms. You provide a sympathetic ear, a shoulder to cry on, supports to get people into safety, into shelter, into programs. You show such kindness and generosity of spirit. Thank you and congratulations.
The Honourable Member for La Salle-Verdun. I'd like to take this advantage with this maiden statement to thank the voters of La Salle-Verdun for the trust they placed in me on September 16th. I made one single promise, and that's to do everything to show that I am worthy of this trust. Thank you to my leader, the member for Belleuil-Chambly, for his unwavering support throughout the campaign, and thank you to Mr. Duceppe and Mr. Saint-Pierre Plamondon for their speeches during our assembly. I'd like to thank wholeheartedly all the volunteers who believed in the Bloc Québécois, and a special thanks to my campaign director, Stephen Zerou, and to the members of the Electoral Committee for this victory. Thanks to you all, the Southwest has won a member who will work on the ground to serve citizens. Thanks to you, I will work tirelessly on priorities in our area such as housing, homelessness, the cost of living, and climate change. And I will continue to promote our main source of power, independence in Quebec. Thank you.
The honourable member from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
This week, Parliament has ground to a halt with Liberal corruption. No government bills are being debated. The Liberal Prime Minister, who said his government would be opened by default, is now causing the House to deal with his own Liberal government withholding documents from the RCMP that they've been legally ordered to produce. Why would the Liberals do that? Well, it's a case of hundreds of millions of taxpayer dollars stolen in countless conflicts of interest by Liberals appointed by that Liberal Prime Minister. Common sense Conservatives won't stop until the Liberals turn over all of the documents to the RCMP. And then we have the Liberal minister from Edmonton's business partner in breach of a House order for refusing to turn over key documents and provide answers on the infamous other Randy. Evidence ordered by a House committee proved the falsehood from the Liberal minister from Edmonton that he wasn't communicating with his business partner, and we know that that is against the law. Canadians don't have confidence in this Prime Minister, twice found guilty of breaking ethics laws himself. It's time to call a carbon tax elections so Canadians can fire these corrupt Liberals and Conservatives can restore accountability.
The honourable member from Davenport.
Mr. Speaker, cha-cha-cha, ole, ole, ole. October is Latin American Heritage Month, and it's so exciting to know that we have a whole month to celebrate the unbelievable music, literature, food, talent, creativity, and culture of over 20 diverse and beautiful Latin American and Hispanic cultures in Canada. It's also a month to acknowledge the many contributions of Latin American and Hispanic Canadians to our country. They are leaders in virtually every sector of our nation. This large and growing community enriches our national fabric with its contributions, and it plays an important role in Canada's growth and prosperity. Gracias to all the members of the Hispanic and Latin American Canadian community. You're an inspiration not only within the community, but to all Canadians. This evening, I'm inviting everyone to join the Latin American and Hispanic community to celebrate this amazing month at John A. McDonald's from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. Come out for tacos, empanadas, vino, mojitos, música alegre, and so much more. Viva los Latinos en Canada! Viva! Viva!
I'm certain all members would like to get back on their feet, as I have the honor to inform the House that the Clerk of the House has received from the Chief Electoral Officer a certificate of the election and return of Ms. Dance, member for the Electoral District of Elmwood, Transcona.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to present Ms. Leela Dance, the member for the Electoral District of Elmwood, Transcona. She has taken the oath, signed the roll, and now claims the right to take her seat.
Member, take her seat.
Order.
I must give some thought to whether or not these gestures are better than speaking out of turn. Oral questions, questions orales.
The Leader of the Opposition. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For 9 years, this Bloc-backed Liberal government has managed to triple the cost of housing in Montreal. There's been the latest report by Point 2 Homes. They say it takes 14 years for a young Montrealer to save up enough to buy a house with a small down payment. When will the government trigger an election so that Canadians can elect a government which will build housing, cut red tape, and allow home building? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, thank you. What the Conservative leader does not seem to understand is that slogans don't build homes. Slogans don't meet Canadians' needs. What does help is hard work, real solutions. Working with municipalities instead of insulting the Mayor of Montreal. Working with municipalities, with provinces, with not-for-profits. We need to work with all of these partners to build housing units and to meet these challenges. We're here to do some serious work. He's here to shout slogans. He doesn't have a single solution to offer us. And Canadians deserve better, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Solutions. I had solutions when I was Minister of Housing. When I was Minister, we built 200,000 units in Montreal, when rent was a third of what it is today. This Bloc-backed Liberal government's inflationary spending has not helped. They've broken the immigration system. They have ballooned big bureaucracy, which block building and construction. With all of that, the Prime Minister has succeeded in tripling housing costs, rent costs in Montreal. Can he trigger an election so that Canadians can elect a government that will cut red tape and build homes and cut taxes too? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition does not want to cut taxes because, in fact, he voted against our bill to cut GST for purpose-built rentals for lower-priced units. We're here to build housing units. If any housing was built during his time as a housing minister, it was despite his efforts, or lack thereof, because he built a grand total of 6 affordable units when he was housing minister under Mr. Harper. We're here to deliver affordable housing, to deliver a good life for Canadians, and to build a better future for all. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Well, the taxes for capital gains were increased. That's bloc-backed. If you consider removing the GST for home building, that was eaten up by municipalities increasing taxes with the support of this government.
Services, because the Prime Minister's carbon tax is forcing new and unjustifiable costs on New Brunswick schools and hospitals that Canadians cannot afford. Will the Prime Minister call a carbon tax election so we can save our schools and hospitals on this tax?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition started by talking about his opposition to new taxes on capital gains because, once again, the Conservatives are here to defend the ultra-wealthy and cut services for everyone else.
Talked again about his opposition to our bringing in an increase on capital gains, because we know that asking the wealthy to do a little more so we can deliver more homes for young Canadians to build that future is what we need to do. But the Conservatives continue to be there with cuts for taxes for the wealthiest, cuts of services for everyone else.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The Prime Minister is hiking taxes on home builders, on doctors, on job creators, and on farmers. And he's also raising taxes on hospitals and schools. The New Brunswick Premier is taking this Prime Minister to court because of the unconstitutional quadrupling carbon tax and the costs it will impose on snowplows, ambulances, heating hospitals and schools, meaning the loss of countless police officers, nurses, doctors, and teachers. Instead of defeating the carbon tax in court, why can't we have a carbon tax election so Canadians can axe the tax?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, for the past number of years, multiple Conservative premiers have gone after the price on pollution in courts, and they lost at the Supreme Court. The Canadians have decided that price on pollution is the right thing. We've won multiple elections on that because Canadians know that the only way to build a strong economy is to fight climate change at the same time. The Leader of the Opposition doesn't get that, doesn't accept that, doesn't understand that abandoning the fight against climate change would hurt Canadians, would hurt our institutions, would hurt people and economic growth right across the country.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, and he concealed from both the courts and from Canadians his plan to quadruple the carbon tax to 61 cents a litre. Now, Premier Scott Moe of Saskatchewan says that this will hit schools with $204 million in carbon taxes and hospitals with $175 million in carbon taxes, meaning we will lose doctors, teachers, and other necessary workers serving Canadians. Instead of forcing premiers to fight to axe the tax in court, why can't we have a carbon tax election so Canadians can axe the tax?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservative leader is proposing that we abandon all the fight against climate change. He wants to take away the Canada carbon rebate that puts more money in the pockets of 8 out of 10 Canadians, the middle class and people working hard to join it, even as we both fight climate change, reduce emissions in this country, and create growth and opportunities in cleaner jobs and cleaner careers. These are the issues that Canadians are preoccupied with. How are they going to be able to afford jobs into the future when this leader wants to take away the fight against climate change?
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, we have heard some shocking and unacceptable words in this House yesterday. The Minister of Labour and Seniors basically said that associations representing all Quebec retirees are either naive or accomplices of the Bloc Québécois, who are separatists, independentists, and working with the Conservatives to bring down the government. Even Jean Chrétien wouldn't have said that. Does the Prime Minister condone those remarks, or will he call his minister to order? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, our government has always been there for seniors. We invest, we support them. Unlike the Bloc Québécois, we're not here to engage in petty partisan games. They make threats. They try to pick fights. The Liberals, though, we are here to work constructively with anyone in this House who's willing to do so in order to deliver for seniors, in order to invest in those who need support, and to create a better future for all in a united Canada. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. The House of Commons, at different times, voted in favour of a bill which would increase the purchasing power of seniors aged 65 to 74. The Labour Minister and of Seniors says that it's a separatist plot with the Conservatives to destroy the Liberals. That's nonsense. Enough nonsense. Will he call his minister to order? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, let's all remember that when our government chose to bring the retirement age back down to 65 from Mr. Harper's 67 years, the Bloc Québécois voted against it. They voted against seniors. When we decided to increase the GIS for the most vulnerable seniors, how did the Bloc Québécois vote? Against seniors. When we chose to invest in dental care, which has now helped over 800,000 Canadians, many of whom are Quebecers, how did the Bloc Québécois vote? Against seniors.
Honourable Member from Burnaby South.
New Democrats believe in lower rents, not higher. When the Conservatives were in power, they let big, greedy corporations buy up affordable homes and convert them into luxury cash cows. They allowed that to happen over 800,000 times. I will ban it. But the Prime Minister allowed it to happen over 370,000 times. Every single time that happens, that means a family gets evicted. That means rents go up. Why?
Hear, hear.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, over the past number of years, we have worked hand in hand with municipalities and provinces, nonprofit organizations, not only to build more affordable homes, but to ensure that homes that were built as affordable apartments or homes get to stay affordable long into the future. We've done that with funds put forward to purchase by nonprofit organizations deeper affordable homes, also to move forward on public lands that will be converted to affordable homes and kept affordable for decades and even a century to come. These are the kinds of things that we're going to continue to do and focus on in this House.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Conservative leaders, chief advisors, also the chief lobbyists for corporate landlords. But what's the Prime Minister's excuse? For decades, Liberals and Conservatives have failed to allow to ensure Indigenous communities have safe and affordable places to call home. Now, over 300,000 Indigenous people live in unsuitable housing. For the Prime Minister, it's delay, delay, delay. When will the Prime Minister realize that he is failing Indigenous people?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we have tripled investments into Indigenous communities since 2015, including $32 billion in investments expected in 2024-25 alone. We're moving forward on investing in and with Indigenous communities to build more homes, to create more economic opportunities, to create the kinds of partnerships that I got to see just a couple of days ago in Inuvik, where the Inuvialuit are moving forward on ambitious plans for the future. This is reconciliation in action, not just pretty words, but actions that are actually delivering for Canadians. There's lots more to do, but we're going to keep delivering for Indigenous.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The NDP Liberal government is not worth the cost of food. The food professor estimates that between 2022 and 2025, the cost of food will be up 34%. That's a time that coincides exactly with the NDP Liberal coalition. Coincidentally, the NDP leader's chief spokesman and brother, his company is a lobbyist for Metro. But the food professor blames the increase on carbon taxes on farmers and truckers who bring us our food. Before Canadians go hungry, why won't the Prime Minister allow a carbon tax election so Canadians can axe the tax?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, farmers across this country are feeling the impacts of the extreme weather events that come from climate change, whether it's droughts or wildfires or floods. We are seeing the costs of climate change every single day. And we put forward a price on pollution that not only brings down emissions and creates more solutions and economic growth, it also puts more money in the pockets of 8 out of 10 Canadians right across the country. It's the parliamentary budget officer who says that. We're going to continue to fight climate change while the leader opposite wants to abandon the fight against climate change.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The Prime Minister loves to blame the rest of the world for the rampant food price inflation here at home. But the food professor proves that narrative false. He has calculated that food prices have risen 36% faster in Canada than in the United States of America. What does Canada have that the Americans don't have? 2 words: carbon tax. So instead of forcing Canadians to line up at food banks, why won't he let them line up to vote in a carbon tax election?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I didn't dare say anything after the last question because I sort of couldn't believe my ears. But here we have the Leader of the Opposition actually quoting some sort of expert, which is a brand new thing for this House of Commons. To rely on facts and data is an excellent thing to hear. Now, perhaps the Leader of the Opposition will listen to the hundreds of economists and scientists who have pointed out that putting a price on pollution, particularly one that puts more money back in the pockets of the middle class and those working hard to join it, is the best way to both fight climate change and grow the economy. But the leader opposite, he just wants to play
Colleagues, I ask all members, including the member from Peterborough, Haliburton Brock, to please only take the microphone, take the floor when he's recognized by the Speaker. The Right Honourable Prime Minister, Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
And I've got some more expert information for the Prime Minister from the food professor Sylvain Charlebois, who finds that 13% of Americans live in food insecurity, while here in Canada it's 23%. In other words, Canadians are twice as likely to live in food security after food price inflation has been 1/3 higher under this Prime Minister's carbon tax regime. Again, instead of blaming others or forcing Canadians to go hungry, why not a carbon tax election so that Canadians can axe the tax and afford their food?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, while the Leader of the Opposition is playing politics, we're focused on delivering solutions. We are delivering a national school food program that's going to help 400,000 kids have fuller bellies at schools across the country and save Canadian families $800 a year on grocery bills. And if the Leader of the Opposition actually cared about food security in this country, you might imagine he'd have voted for that. Instead, not only did he vote against it, he pretends it doesn't exist. He pretends it hasn't happened. He's gaslighting Canadians on the things we're doing to fight affordability challenges. Instead, he's just offering political games.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, it's a food program without food. It hasn't served a single ham sandwich, not a single bowl of Kraft dinner, not even a piece of broccoli has been forced upon an unwilling kid. Mr. Speaker, this is meant to feed bureaucracy, not feed kids. Meanwhile, there's a 42% increase in the food bank use in Mississauga, and 2 million Canadians are lined up at food banks. 1/4 of children are going hungry after 9 years of his carbon taxes. Why can't we have a carbon tax election?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, if the Leader of the Opposition actually cared about vulnerable Canadians, he'd be offering solutions, not just more politics. He stood against the price on pollution.
Colleagues, we're going to ask the Right Honourable Prime Minister to start from the top.
Mr. Speaker, this campus conservative turned career politician doesn't actually care about Canadians. What he is actually doing is proposing to take money out of the pockets of 8 of the 10 Canadians who do better with the Canada carbon rebate while we fight climate change. He stood against dental care that is delivering for over 800,000 people across this country, something he still says doesn't exist. He's standing against the school food policy that is helping 400,000 kids get better food across the country. He stood against childcare. He has stood against affordability measures.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, when you quadruple the tax on the farmers who grow the food and on the truckers who ship the food, you tax all who buy the food. The Canadian Trucking Alliance has calculated that the carbon tax will cost $20,000 for every long-haul truck this year alone. Now he wants to quadruple the tax, which will grind those trucks to a halt, meaning empty shelves in grocery stores, no parts for factories, and no paychecks for our workers. Instead of doing that, why not call a carbon tax election so that Canadians can axe the tax and save our economy?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I suspect that, like me, you have noticed that the Leader of the Opposition is particularly full of shameless slogans today. The reality is he has nothing to offer Canadians. He has nothing but political slogans and easy attacks on politics. No actually moving forward on delivering on programs that are going to help Canadians. No stepping up to put more money in people's pockets. He's offering tax breaks for the wealthiest and cuts for services and programs to everyone else. That's not what Canadians need right now.
I'd like to remind the Right Honourable Prime Minister and all members of this House that this is not an avenue where we want to go down. It can easily get out of control, and I would suggest that we don't go that close to the line. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Order. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, every time I mention a carbon tax election, he becomes so panicked and erratic that he loses control of himself and starts spitting out incomprehensible insults. When Canadians deserve us focusing on them. The fact that after 9 years of this NDP Liberal government, we have 2 million people lined up at food banks, a record-smashing number. After 9 years, 1 in 4 kids are going to school hungry. Before more kids go to school hungry, why can't we have a carbon tax election so that Canadians can axe the tax and afford their food?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Canada Carbon Rebate puts more money in the pockets of 8 out of 10 Canadians right across the country. It supports the middle class and people working hard to join it while we successfully fight against climate change, reduce emissions, and grow the economy. But the leader opposite still doesn't understand that you can't have an economic plan if you don't have an environmental plan. His plan is to abandon the fight against climate change, leave Canadians to their own devices, lower taxes for the wealthiest, leave everyone else to fend for themselves. That's not what Canadians do.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Not only is his minister being mocked in Quebec's media, but also it's being said that we voted against bringing retirement age down to 65 and voted against increasing the OAS. But it was always buried in bills with other interference and measures which were unacceptable for Quebec. The Prime Minister and his minister are misleading people. Can the Prime Minister admit that there was never a specific vote just on increasing the GIS or just on the retirement age? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Well, the Bloc Québécois leader becomes incredibly defensive when we suggest that they're only here to pick fights, that they're only here to oppose measures which will be good for Quebecers and for Canadians. They do not want the Government of Canada to work well for Quebecers. That's why the Bloc Québécois voted against dental care, which is now helping hundreds of thousands of Canadians everywhere in Canada and in Quebec. It is getting these people dental treatment that they could not have afforded previously. We're here to invest in Quebecers and Canadians. The Bloc Québécois is here to pick fights. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. The Prime Minister defends horror stories worthy of Halloween, even though this Halloween might be his last as Prime Minister. Up to 1 million Quebecers, up to 4 million Canadians are affected by the Bloc Québécois bill. The Prime Minister has not clearly replied to our question. The Prime Minister allowed his minister to insult the intelligence of organizations which represent seniors. Does the Prime Minister realize that he is causing financial vulnerability among 4 million Canadians, which includes 1 million Quebecers? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we have clearly shown that we are always there for seniors. We always invest in seniors and we invest in the most vulnerable. That's what we did when we increased the GIS by $1,000 for the most vulnerable seniors. This is what we're doing in helping older seniors have a bit more money in their pockets because they live longer and sometimes their savings run out, all while costs are rising. We will always be here to listen and to think about how we can best support seniors. We will always support seniors, we'll always be there for seniors, but we will not be there for block squabbles. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Magazine asked this question this week: why is Canada's economy falling behind America's? It goes on to note that national income per person was 80% of the U.S. and Canada in the decade before the pandemic. It is now just 70%, the worst gap in decades. So will the Prime Minister doesn't answer my questions, maybe he'll answer the economist's questions. Why is our economy falling so far behind the Americans? Is it because of his quadrupling carbon tax?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
On the contrary, Mr. Speaker, one of the reasons why foreign direct investment is up by 60% since 2015 is because, contrary to what the Harper government put forward, we're actually leading on the fight against climate change, on green energy, on a responsible building for a sustainable future that means countries around the world want to invest. In fact, last year, Mr. Speaker, we were the 3rd largest recipient in the world of of foreign direct investment after U.S. and Brazil, which makes us number one in the G20 for people investing in Canada. We're going to continue to invest.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Speaker, Canada's workers get 55 cents of investment for every dollar an American worker gets, and only 65 cents for every dollar an OECD average worker gets. For a net, 450 billion Canadian investment dollars have poured out into the U.S., more than have come back under this Prime Minister's 9 years. And The Economist points out that our GDP per capita is now lower than Alabama. And it says, and I quote, "Catching up to Alabama may soon seem like a distant dream." Why?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are facing difficult times right now, which is why we made the choice to invest in things like dental care, like cutting child care fees in half for families right across the country, $10 a day in 6 jurisdictions across the country. Why we've chosen to step up on dental, why we're choosing to step up on pharmacare to deliver free insulin and prescription contraceptives to people who are having to make choices between their health and their rent or their food. These are the things we're choosing to make because we are putting the best balance sheet in the G7, the lowest deficit in the G7, in service of Canadians who need support.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Canada has the worst mortgage debt, the worst inflation, housing inflation, that is, and the most significant consumer debt of all G7 nations. Now, The Economist has asked the following question: why is Canada falling behind the American economy? The GDP per capita in Canada is only 70% of what it is in the States. So here is the question in The Economist: why are Canadians falling behind Americans? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the International Monetary Fund has projected that Canada will have stronger growth next year than the United States. We are at the top of the pack in the G7 when it comes to having the smallest debt to GDP and deficit to GDP ratio. Our macroeconomic situation is very sound. Here's what we want to do for Canadians. We want to offer them services and programs which will help them, like dental care, like school food programs. We are here to invest. The Conservatives are here to cut. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. The GDP, that is, the per capita growth in Canada, is lower today than it was 10 years ago. This is the worst GDP growth per capita of all Canadian prime ministers in decades. There's also been the most significant consumer debt of all G7 countries, and now our GDP per capita is lower than Alabama's, Mr. Speaker. How is it that while America is getting richer, Canadians and Canada are becoming poorer? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, our population growth has been stronger than that of other G7 countries. That has also led to positive things. Our economy has grown. Our growth is speeding up. We're projected to grow our economy faster than the United States next year. We also have the best budget situation of all G7 countries. We are not opting for austerity and cuts like the Conservatives do. We prioritize the programs and services that Canadians need, because that's how we'll get through this. The Right Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie.
Mr. Speaker, homelessness kills. It's not a picture, but it's a sad reality. People are dying in the streets. And that's why the federal housing advocate urged this Liberal government to take concrete action on the encampment crisis. Since then, nothing at all. The minister has done nothing. People are still spending the nights in their cars or on the street. It's a real crisis. but not for this government. What will it take for the Liberals to provide a roof, a bed, and security for the homeless across this country? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we have invested hundreds of millions of dollars in municipalities across the country to help them invest and support people who are homeless. We are taking action, Mr. Speaker, but we understand that this is a shared jurisdiction between the provinces, municipalities, and yes, the federal government. Yes, we can be here to invest, which is what we're doing. No one should have to sleep in the street in Canada, and that's why we're here to make the necessary investment with the municipalities and provinces. Unfortunately, it's something that the Conservatives want to cut.
The honourable member from Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Cette réponse est clairement pas assez. Mr. Over 2,600 veterans in Canada without a home. Legions and community organizations in Nanaimo Ladysmith are doing what they can, but need the support. Shamefully, the Liberals promised funds in the 2022 budget, yet veterans have yet to see a dime. Liberals break promises and Conservatives cut help. Veterans and their families deserve better. Why is the Prime Minister, like Conservatives, okay with leaving veterans in the cold?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, when the Conservatives nickeled and dimed veterans and shuttered veteran services offices, we not only reopened them, but we invested tens of billions of dollars in more supports for veterans right across this country. We've continued to work with veterans organizations, with municipal authorities to deliver on more housing, on greater supports for veterans. We know there's more to do, but we have invested tens of billions of dollars in this issue, and we will continue to be there for veterans, unlike Conservatives that keep using them for photo ops and nickel and diming them at the same time.
The honourable member from Scarborough Agincourt.
27% of the residents in my riding of Scarborough Agincourt are seniors. They remember when the previous government cut their pensions, increased the retirement age, and made life more difficult for them. Since 2015, our government has provided much-needed relief for seniors. Can the Prime Minister remind Canadians of the concrete vision we have taken to support seniors across the country?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for Scarborough Agincourt for her question and her hard work. She's right. Seniors remember the Harper era. One of the very first things we did when we got elected was to restore retirement age to 65 after the Conservatives raised it to 67, and we monumentally boosted seniors' benefits, both GIS and OAS. And today, 800,000 Canadians, many of them seniors, have been able to see the dentist thanks to our dental care program. While the opposition leader would bring seniors back to the Harper era, we've chosen fairness for every generation.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Not only has the Prime Minister and his government taxed Canadians into poverty, his former Environment Minister called single moms and small businesses arsonists because they opposed the carbon tax. Meanwhile, he ignored the warnings of his own Parks Department that the Jasper Valley had turned into a tinderbox. Warnings that go back to 2017, 7 years ago. Repeated warnings to clear the brush and do controlled burns. Why didn't his government do the job and prevent or mitigate this disastrous fire?
Yes. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it is always astonishing to hear the Leader of the Opposition talk about the impacts of the extreme weather events related to climate change while he opposes any climate action at all. He has no plan to fight climate change, which means no plan for affordability, which means no plan for the future of the Canadian economy. We have a price on pollution that is putting more money back in the pockets of 8 out of 10 Canadians where it applies, and is bringing down emissions and creating growth and jobs. That's what Canadians need.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, he pretends you can put out forest fires with taxes. Clearly that has not worked. Rather, what he should have done is listen to his own officials who said that the mass buildup of fuel in the Jasper Valley as a result of dead trees needed to be addressed through controlled burns and other clearing methods, and also preparation so that we would have the ability to fight the fire if and when it ever started. All of this is documented in email correspondence and now testimony at a parliamentary committee. Instead of taxing Canadians into poverty, why didn't he fight forest fires?
Hear, hear. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Jasper was one of the most fire-smart communities in the country. Over the past years, residents and leaders within Jasper have been exemplary in making sure they were doing everything they could to protect their community. This fire, Mr. Speaker, was a treetop fire. It jumped from treetop to treetop and through flaming pine cones kilometers ahead of it, which is what set this burn. This is a result of climate change, Mr. Speaker. Climate change he doesn't want to fight.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, that kind of erratic screaming and hollering is not going to tackle the problem of forest fires, screaming about flying pine cones, etc. It's true, the people of Jasper were fire smart. The problem is that the government in Ottawa was fire stupid. They were warned. This government was warned repeatedly over 7 years that they needed to clear the dead wood to prevent the spread of a future fire. Why, instead of bringing in a crippling carbon tax, didn't he clear away the wood and stop leaving a tinderbox to explode?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, one of the jewels of Canada's natural beauty burned because of climate change. And his focus is trying to blame Ottawa for that. That, Mr. Speaker, is completely irresponsible and shameful. But we have all seen that from this Conservative leader, who would rather try and rile people up and point figures than actually try to solve any of the challenges Canadians are facing, either today with affordability or tomorrow with climate change. That's not leadership.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
I'll tell you it's not leadership. I'll tell you it's not leadership. That in February of this year, email correspondence within his government confirmed that they were cancelling a controlled burn specifically for political optics. They did not want to do controlled burns. They did not want to do the same kind of forest management and maintenance that Indigenous people had done for thousands of years, and that had been recommended by both people on the ground and officials in the department. The reality is he didn't do his job. He should be accountable and explain why he let the valley go up in smoke and used a carbon tax to hide behind it all.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, in this era of droughts and rising temperatures and climate change, there are certainly reasons that most reasonable people could imagine why the opting for a mechanical removal of underbrush instead of flaming them, instead of setting them on fire, might be a better option. Mr. Speaker, the attack on experts, the attack on science, and the refusal to understand that if we do not act in fighting against climate change with everything we have, then there will be no economy of the future. There will be no Jasper to rebuild. There will be no future for Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, I have a question for the Prime Minister so he can continue to try to deliver. C-282 on supply management has been at the Senate for a year and a half. There's one article, one non-elected Senate. It seems to be controlling the Prime Minister. It's his senators those he appointed that are obstructing it, will he require them to respect democracy and the choice of elected officials? The Right Honourable Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, on many occasions, just also when we voted for this bill, we would like to reassure and ensure farmers, producers, and all Canadians that we're always going to protect supply management. That's what we're doing, and that's what we're going to always do. By renegotiating all other free trade agreements, we're going to protect supply management. The Senate is independent, Mr. Speaker. It does its work, and we're going to allow democracy to work without interference. But we are always clear, we're going to defend supply management. The Honourable Member for Balaye-Chambly. I always thought that the Prime Minister had a hard time understanding the notion of independence. But I think the issue with all this is that two bills that we're talking about between now and October 29th come from the bloc. Everyone here has already voted for them. When it's an issue, the money is there, the time is there, and the only majority that this Prime Minister has is the majority of members that risk losing their jobs. Can he make sure that democracy shows a little bit of leadership, the little bit he has left? The Right Honourable Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, we've always worked for Canadians, and we're going to continue to do the work needed. While the bloc is seeking squirrels and playing political games, we're going to continue to deliver for Canadians, for dairy farmers, for seniors, for people who are counting on their government that is here not only to have a salary and have a pension to be in the opposition. No, we're fighting every day for Quebecers and Canadians.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
And
yet, the Bloc is voting to keeping the Liberals in power, the government that's been the most centralizing in our history. And they interfere with Quebecers' jurisdiction, and particularly with the very radical Liberals that are going to kill thousands of jobs in the forestry sector. The Minister of the Environment in Quebec said that the Bloc has not defended jobs strongly enough in the Quebec regions. Will the Prime Minister call an election so that the future government of the Conservatives can get rid of this decree and defend jobs in the forestry industry? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, every day in this House, the Leader of the Opposition shows once again that he doesn't understand that we can't have an economy without protecting the environment at the same time. And that's exactly what we're doing by working with the forestry industry and the Quebec government. We want to make sure that, yes, we're going to protect species at danger, at risk, and we're also going to protect good jobs, not only for today, but for decades to come. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. He's not protecting the environment or jobs. 280 workers will be losing their jobs in the Outaouais and elsewhere in Quebec because after 9 years and 3 U.S. presidents, this Prime Minister hasn't been able to solve the softwood lumber tariff issue. So will he call an election to allow Quebecers to elect a government that will reach an agreement and protect jobs in the forestry sector? The Right Honourable Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, during the NAFTA negotiations, the renegotiations where jobs in aluminum and steel across the country were at risk, we stood up to properly negotiate in the interest of Canadians, while the Conservatives were encouraging us to accept just anything the Americans are putting forward because we had to not irritate the Americans at any cost. We were there for deliver, not to stand down. We are here to work for Canadian workers and for the Canadian economy, and we're going to continue to do so. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. accepting to back down. Well, he accepted an agreement without protection for the forestry industry. It's the same thing with spending. It's the most costly government in history. We've doubled national debt, but the Bloc keeps this PM in power by voting 180 times, trusting him, and for $500 billion in inflationary spending and centralizing spending. That has also committed to another 100,000 federal public servants. How come this Bloc Liberal coalition continues to take Quebecers' money, keep it in Ottawa, and wasting it? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, Quebecers know full well what austerity costs and Conservative cuts cost. They lived through it during the Harper years. They have chosen a government that has trust in Canadians, that invests in Canadians, and that's exactly what we're doing. And that is why that we're putting more money back in the pockets of Canadians with our strong fiscal balance federally, track record that the Conservatives are denying, and they're proposing cuts in services and tax cuts for the richest. That's what Canadians and Quebecers don't want. The Honourable Member for Ottawa-Vanier. Mr. Speaker, Canada's small and medium-sized enterprises keep our country's main streets prosperous, create well-paying jobs, and fulfill the dream of entrepreneurship. It's essential for these businesses thrive so they can continue to be the bedrock of our communities and our economy. Can the Prime Minister tell Canadians what measures have been taken to support small and medium-sized businesses? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for Ottawa-Vanier for her leadership and her hard work. Yesterday was a really good day for small and medium-sized businesses in Canada. The Canada tax rebate for small businesses has allowed us to now roughly 6,000 companies in Canada will receive around $2.5 million before the end of the year. This means that small businesses in Ontario will be able to invest in their activities and create good jobs and strengthen our economy. While the Conservative leader wants to take these checks away from Canadian companies, we defend these entrepreneurs that are working hard to advance our economy. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Max Carney, at the moment of his appointment as the head of the economic task force of this government, said he wanted to do something and not be something. So what has he done? Well, he's now sending out fundraising letters to raise cash for the Liberal Party. 2, he's asked for $10 billion of corporate welfare to help his multinational corporation take over the pension funds of Canadians. And he's got his pal a $2 billion loan. Did the Prime Minister, yes or no, clear all of these actions of Carbon Tax Carney with the Lobbying Commissioner?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, one of the things we're seeing right across the country are experts and people who've succeeded in all sorts of different backgrounds stepping up to push back against the cuts and little vision that the Conservative Party has been putting forward. The fact is, the Leader of the Opposition is offering cuts to services that Canadians are relying on and offering tax breaks to the wealthiest, like Conservatives always do. We're there to invest for every generation. No wonder Canadians from all backgrounds are stepping up to be part of pushing back against that Conservative leader.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
You, Mr. Speaker, have said that this Prime Minister is violating the rules of the House by refusing to hand over SDTC documents on a corporate welfare scandal of $400 million that the Auditor General says involved 186 conflict of interest, where bureaucrats, top officials in this Liberal government, were giving millions of dollars to their own companies. Will the Prime Minister hand over the information to the police? And if not, what's he got to hide?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservative leader just mentioned both the police and the Auditor General. Let me say what they have said. Both the RCMP and the Auditor General have raised concerns about how this motion jeopardizes their independence in serving Canadians. The Conservative Party wants to play politics with Canadians' charter rights. We will not support that.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
So his idea of a charter right is that you have the right as a top government executive to take $400 million of other people's money and give it to your own company and then hide the criminal evidence from the police. Well, Mr. Speaker, Canadians have the charter right to know where their money went. So will the Prime Minister accept your order and the vote of this House to turn over the documents to the police so that we can put the bad guys in jail and get back the money that was stolen?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, once again, the Conservative Party has demonstrated that it is willing to upend the independence of institutions like the RCMP and the Auditor General for political gain. That is what they are proposing to do. They want to direct investigations. They want control over judicial processes in their details. The reality is, Mr. Speaker, that's banana republic-style behavior that the Conservative Party is pushing. We will always stand up for Canadians' charter rights and the independence of our institutions.
The Honourable Member from Vaughan Woodbridge.
Mr. Speaker, I want to welcome to Parliament Hill everyone joining us to celebrate the vibrant Latin American and Hispanic community in Canada. We proudly recognize the contributions of Latinos to every facet of Canadian society, from business and journalism to the House of Commons. Their diverse voices and talents are woven into Canada's social fabric. Can the Prime Minister tell us how our government is honouring the traditions and cultures of fellow Canadians of Latino and Hispanic descent and delivering programs to support families and businesses while growing an inclusive economy? Thank you. Good question.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to thank the member for Vaughan Woodbridge for his question and his excellent work representing his constituents. Many Latin Canadians came here as immigrants or refugees, strengthening our cultural mosaic and contributing to Canada's growth and prosperity. While the Conservatives want to cut supports and programs for Latin Canadians and their families, we are lowering rents and building affordable homes. We're investing in $10 a day child care, dental care, and the Canada Child Benefit. We're supporting businesses and festivals, and we're combating hate with community-driven approaches. Happy Latin American Heritage Month.
And I ask the Honourable Member from Lakeland to please not take the microphone, take the floor unless recognized by the Speaker. The Honourable Member from Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Nice to hear the Prime Minister taking credit for all the wins that the NDP brought to this House. Starlight Investments, a corporate landlord, is targeting their tenants with unfair rent hikes. And the Conservatives and the Liberals partnered to help Starlight's CEO avoid coming to committee and explain why he's pricing Canadians out of their homes. It's no surprise because this CEO is a major donor to the Conservative Party. Why is the Prime Minister, like the Conservatives, protecting the companies who are fueling the housing crisis?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'll take no lessons on progressive politics from a party that ran away when the pressures got hot from the Conservative Party of Canada. The reality is, Mr. Speaker, we were able to work constructively as progressive parliamentarians to deliver big things for Canadians over the past few years, but the NDP choosing to turn its back on pricing pollution and putting more money in people's pockets, perhaps turning their back on pharmacare, which we will be debating over the coming months, is a real shame. Yes, it's tough to be a progressive in this time, but we will continue to stand strong for progressive values in this House.
The honourable member from Spadina, Fort York.
Mr. Speaker, last year the Minister of International Development defended UNRWA as one of his, quote, trusted agencies, end quote. He didn't even wait for the UN's report on UNRWA's complicity in the October 7th massacre and reinstated funding. This trusted agency is now requesting immunity for staff who took part in the terrorist attack that killed over 1,200 people. UNRWA was also forced to confirm an employee killed in Lebanon was a Hamas leader. Mr. Speaker, does the Prime Minister share his minister's trust for an agency that employs terrorists?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, we are committed to ensuring full accountability, decisive action, and the implementation of necessary reforms to UNRWA. Right now, we need to respond to the horrific humanitarian crisis in Gaza, and that's exactly what we're doing. We're calling for a ceasefire in Gaza. We're calling for a ceasefire between Hezbollah and Lebanon, between Hezbollah and Israel. We know that we condemn Iran for its horrific attack. Israel has the right to respond, but we certainly hope there is not further escalation of this conflict as it spreads further and further and harms more civilians.
I wish to draw the attention of members to the presence in the gallery of the Honourable Kent Smith, Minister of Fisheries and Aquaculture for the province of Nova Scotia. Thank you, Chris.
I don't see any points of order. It being 3:24, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion of Mr. Blanchet. Relative aux travaux des subsides. Convoquez les députés.
Relating to the business of supply. Call in the members.
Gotta wait for the walk.
La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows. Mr. Blanchet, seconded by Mr. Terrien, moved that the House call upon the government to take the necessary steps to ensure that a royal recommendation is granted as soon as possible to Bill C-319, an act to amend the Old Age Security Act, amount of full pension.
La période de 10 minutes pour les...
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favour of the motion will please rise.
Blanchet.
Monsieur Blanchet.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Barsalou-Duval.
Monsieur Barsalou-Duval.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Madame Sinclair-Desgagnés.
Madame Sinclair-Desgagnés.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Sauvé.
Monsieur Sauvé.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Miss Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Miss Ferrari.
Miss Ferrari.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. McCauley, Edmonton West.
Mr. McCauley, Edmonton West.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Miss Gladu.
Miss Gladu.
Mr. Canna.
Mr. Canna.
Mrs. Cramp Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp Nyman.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Leroux.
Monsieur Leroux.
Mr. Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Major.
Mr. Major.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Crown.
Mr. Crown.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mrs. Falk, Battlefords Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battlefords Lloydminster.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Miss Matheson.
Miss Matheson.
Miss McPherson.
Miss McPherson.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Miss Dance.
Miss Dance.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Miss Barron.
Miss Barron.
Miss Zarillo.
Miss Zarillo.
Miss Kwan.
Miss Kwan.
Miss May, Sanish Gulf Islands.
Miss May, Sanish Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Sajin.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Miss Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Mr. McKinnon Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon Gatineau.
Monsieur Duclos.
Mr. Duclos.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Monsieur Guibault.
Miss Tassi.
Miss Tassi.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Miss Sachs.
Miss Sachs.
Miss Suds.
Miss Suds.
Miss Chagger.
Miss Chager.
Miss Murray.
Miss Murray.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Miss Grove.
Miss Grove.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Miss Cara.
Miss Cara.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Miss Haidu.
Miss Haidu.
Monsieur Miller.
Monsieur Miller.
Miss Sahota.
Miss Sahota.
Madame Jolie.
Madame Jolie.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Madame Petit-Pateller.
Madame Petit-Pateller.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Madame Martinez Ferrada.
Madame Martinez Ferrada.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mr. Mandachino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Miss Jazek.
Miss Jazek.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Area.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Miss O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Vancouverdin.
Mr. Vancouverdin.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Miss Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Miss Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Monsieur Yacono.
Monsieur Yakano.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Nakvi.
Mr. Nakfi.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Miss Dama.
Ms. Damoff.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Ms. Vandenbell.
Ms. Vandenbell.
Mr. Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Miss Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Miss Sidhu Brampton South.
Miss Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Miss Hepner.
Miss Hefner.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Noor Mohammed.
Mr. Noor Mohammed.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Latanzio.
Ms. Latanzio.
Mr. Louis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Louis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Miss Bradford.
Miss Bradford.
Madame Châtel.
Madame Châtel.
Mr. Collins, Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Mr. Collins, Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Mr. Koto.
Mr. Koto.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Meow.
Mr. Meow.
Miss Taylor-Roy.
Miss Taylor-Roy.
Miss Thompson.
Miss Thompson.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Miss Gainey.
Miss Gainey. Monsieur El-Khoury. You got Zerowitz. There's Assassi.
Back to Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur El-Khoury.
Monsieur El-Khoury. Okay, then wait. You guys, they're good.
The House will now await the end of the electronic voting period before resuming its proceedings.
The electronic voting period has ended. Si les députés n'ont pas pu voter.
If members were unable to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them. Ms. Ashton.
I vote yay.
Miss Ashton, yay pour.
Quelqu'un d'autre en chambre? Anybody else in the chamber? Madame Zurowitz?
That my vote is recorded, and it is nay.
You were recorded. Le bureau va maintenant
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 181, 181. Nays contre 143, 143.
Je déclare la motion.
I declare the motion carried.
I wish to inform the House that because of the deferred recorded divisions, government orders will be extended by 12 minutes. May I make a suggestion that the discussions be continued in the lobbies, which would be great. I wish to inform the House that the volume of the earpieces will now be reset. Les députés qui utilisent leur oreillette.
Members using their earpieces at this time will have to readjust the volume.
Affaires courantes ordinaires, daily routine of business, tabling of documents, dépôt de projet de loi éminent.
Introduction of government bills.
Déclaration de ministres.
Statements by ministers.
Reports from inter-parliamentary delegations. The Honourable Member for Brossard, Saint-Lambert.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, I have the honour of presenting to this House, in both official languages, the report of the Canadian branch of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association.
And Oversight of National Security, November 21st to 23rd, 2023, and the 72nd Westminster Seminar on Effective Parliaments, March 11th to March 15th, 2024.
Presenting reports from committees, présentation de rapport de comité. Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. The Honourable Member Halliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to stand on behalf of the residents of the Bolsover, Ontario area who would like to present this petition on behalf of their concerns to Parks Canada and the bridge owned by the Trent Severn Waterway. This bridge has been out for well over 3 years, probably going past 4 now, and still no word on what the Trent Severn Waterway through Parks Canada would like to do with this bridge. So on behalf of the signatories, they would like and they call upon the Government of Canada to immediately reinstate the heritage asset, listing it as the Boundary Road Swing Bridge by Parks Canada, and resume the repair project on the Boundary Road Swing Bridge in a timely manner, ensuing a swift completion of this essential piece of infrastructure. Thank you, Speaker.
Presenting of petitions, présentation de pétitions. The Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Speaker, it's an honour to rise today to present a petition on the subject that is of concern to constituents and others of the Northvolt battery plant. We know this is a Swedish company that has intentions to build a battery plant in Quebec, but there are many concerns about the nature of the contaminated site of former explosives plant that was on the location. There are concerns about harm to species, including species that are at risk, the copper red horse, the beluga whale, and as well as the general concerns for the ecosystem of the region. The undersigned petitioners are asking this Parliament to ensure that there be a full public environmental assessment with hearings to ensure transparency and public engagement in the review of this plant before it proceeds. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting of petitions, the Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. An honour to rise to present a petition on behalf of folks who are raising a concern with additional humanitarian aid for Ukrainian children in particular. They note there's a significant number of Ukrainian children left without their parents' care who are residing in orphanages, and they're calling for the federal government to step up to provide a variety of supports for these Ukrainian children in orphanages. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Présentation de pétition, presenting of petitions. Merci. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'd ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
And notice for the motion, notice of motions for the production of papers. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all notices of motions for the production of papers also be allowed to stand at this time, please.
So ordered. Let's see. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, resuming debate on a privilege motion concerning alleged failure to produce documents pertaining to Sustainable Development Technology Canada, standing in the name of Mr. Scheer, and on the amendment of Mr. Bertud.
And I believe the Honourable Member has 6 minutes left in debate. The Honourable Member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What we're debating today is the Liberal government snubbing its nose again to Parliament and to the members of Parliament. A parliamentary committee rightfully requested for documents on the Sustainable Development Technology Canada, otherwise known as a $1 billion green slush fund. What we know already smells terribly, and I'll get more into this. The Liberals did produce documents, Mr. Speaker, but what they presented was all censored, all blacked out. Why? We have to believe that it would incriminate the Liberals even more than what we already know. The Auditor General found out that 80% of the contracts which she examined were awarded to people on the board. $380 million. And if we extrapolate that to the entire fund, it equals to about $800 million, Mr. Speaker. If we included the money that she did in the contracts that she did not examine. The Liberals have been known for being very extravagant in their spending. But one thing they decided to put tighten up on was the Auditor General's budget. And why would that be? Because this office holds government to account, and Liberals are not too keen about this. So, Mr. Speaker, what happened? 2019, the Minister of Industry appointed someone as chair of Sustainable Development Technology Canada, and this person had companies that had received contracts, money from the government. They were warned, the minister was warned not to do this as it was improper. But that does not seem to be of concern to the Liberals. And he went on to appoint the chair and other people on the board. And what did they do? They went and awarded contracts to each other for hundreds of millions of dollars. One appointment, it's very curious, was made by Prime Minister, was André-Lise Mathieu, and she owned Cycle Capital. She received $250 million. So, Mr. Speaker, $250 million in grants for her company. That's $250 million, and about a half of that money was when she was on the board. Now, someone very interesting worked for her for many years as a lobbyist with Cycle Capital and lobbied for the company for 25 times. Lobbied the Prime Minister and the Liberals 25 times before getting elected. And who might that be? It's a Minister of the Environment and Climate Change. We've heard in this House how he continues to have shares in this company. Do the redacted documents incriminate him and other Liberals? We don't know. Canadians have a right to be suspicious and to be concerned. The Liberals are kept in power by the NDP and Bloc, have a long rap sheet, right from the top down. Mr. Speaker, sure you've taken blood tests. I have, most people have, and when you do a blood test, you get a sample of what's in the system, and then you can find out if there is a disease. And this right here, from what we can see, what we have seen, as this is just right throughout the body. What we see with this scandal is just symptomatic right across the board. And we saw that with the We Charity, where the Prime Minister announced in June 2020 that he had chosen the We Charity to run the $912 million Canada Student Service Grant. Why would he do this? When there was already a bureaucracy, there was already a system within government paid by taxpayers to run this. Well, fact of the matter is that the Prime Minister's immediate family benefited from hundreds of thousands of dollars of speaking fees. There was a public outroar that led to the Liberals hastily canceling the contract with the We Charity. Mr. Speaker, apples don't fall far from the tree. There is the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Official Languages, member for Edmonton Centre, who has a company called Global Health Imports. And he received $120 million in government contracts, including while he was a minister. Mr. Speaker, time doesn't allow me to talk about other former Liberal MPs like Frank Baylis, who got hundreds of millions of dollars in contracts, sole source contract. We have the Arrive Cans grant. It goes all throughout. So we need these documents, and we need them today. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for my brain is not working today. Caribou Prince George.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank our honourable colleague for his riveting speech, or 6 minutes of it that we caught, Mr. Speaker. But through you, I would like to ask our honourable colleague if he's got, we've seen time and time again, scandal after scandal, corruption, more and more corruption, probably the most corrupt government in the history of our country. If he's got more examples than just what his 6 minutes allowed him to, or afforded him to provide, I wonder if he's seen more scandals that he'd like to bring forward. Thank you.
The honourable member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Thank the member for his question, and rather than 6 minutes, I suppose it could be here for 6 hours. But I think of the Winnipeg lab scandal, where again, the House Committee ordered papers to be released, to show what was happening there because there was a scandal. The Liberals said no, they were not going to release these documents. So what did the Speaker do? He actually ordered them to produce those documents. What did the Liberals do? They took their own Speaker, a Liberal member, to court to block him from actually releasing those documents. And then they hurried and called an election. That's one example. Maybe we'll get a chance to do another one.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Joliette. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable colleague for his speech. This foundation, like all others, was created by the Liberal government at the time because they cut all transfers to the provinces and then they had surpluses. And to not lose face, they put this into foundations without any oversight. So from this beginning, was this not a deplorable practice to put so much money without any control over these foundations? The honourable member for Pitt Meadows. I'd like to thank the Bloc member for his question. I think that the program has good objectives when it was created. And the Auditor General in 2017, when she was chair, directed by someone put in place by Harper, the AG said at the time that things were going very well. It's since that time Since the Liberals started to get involved in this and got personally involved with the agenda, that things went awry.
Question commentaire, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think that it's important to recognize that what the Conservatives are asking for specifically is that information be gathered and then provided directly to the RCMP. There is very serious issues related to our Constitution and our Charter, and to the degree in which we've had RCMP and the Auditor General express extreme discomfort with regards to what it is that the Conservative Party is attempting to do here. Does the member not care enough at least to address those points in his comments?
The Honourable Member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
I would say the truth is that the Liberals are having the most discomfort with producing these documents. Let me give you an example. There is Carbon Tax Carney, who was appointed as a special advisor to the finance minister, who wants to be the next Liberal leader. But he directs an investment firm called Brookfield Assets, and he's in talks to access billions of dollars of taxpayer dollars and pension assets. So is this more of the same? It's of great concern.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I was wondering if the Honourable Member will comment on the fact that nothing in what was being proposed contemplated the redaction of these documents, and there actually seems to have been a concerted effort on the part of the Prime Minister's office and the Privy Council office to conceal the information that was requested by Parliament. I'm wondering if you can comment on that.
About 30 seconds or so. The Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Mr. Speaker, this is a parliamentary privilege, a right, the committees to be able to examine these documents, and we're being stymied as far as Parliament. And we are very concerned. We're very concerned what we've seen, and there's much more beyond that, and we would want to see these documents produced as soon as possible.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The Honourable Member for Brantford Brant.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today. Well, firstly, I wish to advise I'll be splitting my time with the member for Caribou Prince George. I rise today to speak to a serious violation of the privileges of parliamentarians stemming from this government's refusal to comply with a Conservative motion passed on June 10th of this year. As the Speaker unequivocally stated, the House of Commons holds the undeniable right to compel production of documents necessary for fulfilling its duties. Exercising this right, we order the government, Sustainable Development Technology Canada, and the Auditor General to submit specific documents within 30 days. These documents, created or dated since January the 1st, 2017, include all correspondence amongst government officials regarding SDTC, contribution and funding agreements involving SDTC, financial records of companies where current or former directors had ownership or financial interests, all conflict of interest declarations, minutes from the Board of Directors and Project Review Committee meetings, all correspondence between directors and management, and additional documents used by the Auditor General in preparing her report presented to this House on June the 4th, 24. Interestingly, Mr. Speaker, the Liberals were the only party to vote against this motion. Well, now over 30 days have passed since the adoption of the motion, and members of this House, including Canadians, are still left questioning how the government's green slush fund improperly dispersed around $830 million in taxpayer dollars. The lack of compliance in providing requested documents completely undermines Parliament's ability to conduct a thorough oversight, especially regarding taxpayer money management and government programs. Such shortcomings erode public trust and hinder effective governance, something the Liberals are far too comfortable with. In a democratic system, it is paramount that the government remain accountable to the people it serves. The people are not here to serve this government. This ruling should serve as a wake-up call for the Liberal government to respect, once and for all, parliamentary protocols and ensure transparency when using taxpayer money. I want to remind the House of the mandate letter written by the Prime Minister himself to Canadians in 2015, which expressed his deep commitment to our nation and gratitude to those who placed their trust in him. He stated, and I quote, "I am committed to leading an open, honest government that is accountable to Canadians, lives up to the highest ethical standards, brings our country together, and applies," get this, Mr. Speaker, "applies the utmost care and prudence in the handling of public funds." What an abject failure. What a joke on Canadians. Fast forward to today, we see a stark contrast between those aspirational words and the actions of this government. If the Prime Minister were truly committed to the promises he made, he would stop evading accountability, listen to the concerns of this House, and release all unredacted documents. Instead, his government is taking unprecedented steps to withhold information related to the Green Slush Fund. All this letter does is serve as a testament to his litany of broken promises. The motion follows the AG's damning and explosive report into the SDTC, also known as the Liberals' Green Slush Fund. The Auditor General only took a sampling of the funding and found that 82% of that sample was marred in conflict of interest, totaling $330 million. Clearly, there are secrets that the Liberals don't want Canadians to uncover. I wonder why. The Auditor General also found that the SDTC did not follow conflict of interest policies in 90 cases, spent nearly $76 million on projects connected to the Liberals' friends appointed to run SDTC, spent $59 million on projects that were not allowed to have been awarded any money, spent $12 million on projects that were both a conflict of interest and those ineligible for funding. In one instance, Trudeau's hand-picked the Prime Minister's hand-picked SDTC chair siphoned off a whopping $217,000 to her own company. Shame. The Prime Minister knew and refused to stop their friends at SDTC from engaging in this blatant level of corruption. The AG made it clear that the blame for this scandal falls squarely on the Prime Minister's industry minister, who did not sufficiently monitor the contracts that were given to Liberal insiders. There's no such thing anymore under 9 years of this particular government of ministerial accountability. The scandal is not merely about mismanagement. It raises serious concerns about how taxpayer money is being funneled to Liberal insiders. The findings indicate a systemic failure in oversight and governance within SDTC. The AG pointed out that significant funds were allocated without proper scrutiny, allowing conflicts of interest to flourish. The implications extend beyond just financial mismanagement. They highlight a culture within the Liberal government that seems to prioritize loyalty and connection with insiders over transparency and accountability to Canadians. SDTC was intended to support innovative projects that would benefit Canadians. But instead, it appears to have been transformed into simply a tool for political patronage. The fact that $123 million worth of contracts were awarded inappropriately only compounds those concerns. And how do they respond? The only way they know how to, that's mislead and deflect. Just last week, the government House leader posted a video in response to our motion demanding the release of documents exposing the massive corruption, which we called on the RCMP to investigate. Instead of addressing the elephant in the room, the misuse of taxpayers' money, that member resorted to denial and deflection, absurdly claiming that by insisting on transparency and accountability, by handing over the documents, we as Conservatives are somehow attacking Canadian charter rights. This is a blatant attempt to shift focus away from the Liberals' reckless spending and corruption. To clarify for those at home who might be puzzled by the member's comments, let me make it clear the motion is solely about demanding the release of documents. It is not related to Canadian charter rights. And since when has anyone on the Liberal bench shown any real concern for defending Canadians' charter rights? Where was this supposed commitment when they invoked the Emergencies Act in 2022, only to be severely embarrassed by Justice Mosley in his federal court ruling by claiming that there were serious violations of the charter?
OK, je pense d'un appel au règlement. L'honorable député de...
Point of order. Mr. Speaker, I don't want to cut off my honourable colleague in his speech, but unfortunately there is a telephone that is vibrating very close to the microphone, which means that the interpreters are unable to carry out their work properly. Thank you.
Just put it on the seat. Yep.
Larry, I think you're getting a tip on another ethics scandal.
Maybe I am.
All right. En espérant, hopefully the translation will have it. Awesome. The honourable member for Brantford Brant.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I was talking about Justice Mosley's decision, clear violations under Section 8, Section 2B. Government claims that they are appealing this perhaps all the way to the Supreme Court of Canada. That remains to be seen. I see that my time is running rather low. We have 2 minutes still? Okay. Let's not forget that this is not a one-off when it comes to scandals with this government, and very similar in relation to withholding documents. Winnipeg lab scandal, classic example. Parliament explicitly demanded unredacted documents related to the firing of 2 scientists at the National Microbiology Laboratory, reportedly involving national security concerns. Yet again, the government refused to comply with orders of the House. They even took the unprecedented step of suing their own Speaker to block the release. Another blatant attempt to cover their tracks, silencing stories that could embarrass them. The government's constant dodging of transparency reeks of corruption, and Canadians are left wondering what other secrets they're hiding behind closed doors. However, unlike the Winnipeg lab scandal, it doesn't appear that a federal election will be covering their tracks this time. This scandal surrounding SDTC is not just about lost funds. It represents a broader erosion of trust between the government and its people it serves. It's a stark reminder of the consequences when transparency is sacrificed for political expediency. It is time for the government to stop the obfuscation, to stop the cover-ups, deliver the documents that this House has ordered. Conservatives will get answers, and we will continue to fight for the rights of Canadians who deserve better than this blatant, incompetent, and corrupted government. The ask is simple, Mr. Speaker. Hand over the documents. Thank you so much.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the ask is very simple coming from the Conservative Party. It is get the documents over to the RCMP. And the member's background, professional background, I would have thought would have raised some flags in terms of concerns about the Charter of Rights. Would raise some concerns when you have the RCMP and the auditor saying or indicating that they are not comfortable, extremely not comfortable with the tactic that's being used. What the member doesn't make reference to is the internal audit that was done, the audit by the Auditor General, by the questioning that was put forward in standing committees, but rather in its preoccupation of hunger for power is prepared to do whatever it takes, even if it's overriding a charter. Is he not concerned at all about the behavior of the Conservative Party with that respect to that?
The Honourable Member for Brantford Brant.
Mr. Speaker, the hunger that I proudly represent as part of this Conservative Party, the next governing party of this nation, is the hunger for transparency and accountability, a term that is completely lost on that member, completely lost with this Prime Minister and his front bench, because we've gone down this road time after time after time. There's some misconception that somehow assisting a law enforcement with investigating criminality surrounding this scandal is somehow a breach of charter rights. That is hogwash. The police all the time seek resources to receive information. Parliament, the supreme authority when it comes to releasing documents, has that power. We are simply assisting the RCMP to do their job. We're not directing them to do their job, as some might argue to the contrary. We are merely assisting them.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Joliette.
The honourable member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, we know that those foundations were created by the Chrétien government in the 90s. They cut transfers to provinces, and the government had surpluses, and then to hide them, they created these foundations. The Auditor General in 2005, Sheila Fraser, produced a scathing report concerning accountability in these reports, because the government had transferred $9 billion to 15 foundations. So that's a total of $17 billion in today's dollars. And there was no oversight of 7 out of 9 billion of these dollars. So hasn't this lasted long enough?
The député de Brantford-Brant.
I couldn't agree more, and perhaps this member and his entire caucus will think twice about continuing to show confidence in this corrupt government. Because how many more scandals do we have to be exposed to as parliamentarians and Canadians? Let's not forget the very damning commentary that was captured on a secret tape between the whistleblower that exposed this corruption and, I believe, criminality, and the Assistant Deputy Minister for Industry, who claimed that this had the makings of yet another sponsorship-like scandal that brought down the Chrétien and Martin government. So I would hope that all opposition MPs who are listening to my comments and reflect on the words of the Assistant Deputy Minister will reflect upon that the next time a confidence motion is presented to this House to end this corrupt government once and for all.
Hear, hear.
And time for maybe a quick exchange. The honourable member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're supporting the privilege motion. We don't believe in supporting Liberal scandals any more than we believe in supporting Conservative scandals. It's a bit rich for any Conservative to rise to this House and talk about transparency. Because, Mr. Speaker, when the Harper regime was in power, the anti-tourism funding, $3.1 billion with no paper trail, Conservatives blocked that investigation. The Phoenix Pay System, $2.2 billion. Conservatives blocked that investigation. The F-35 procurement, billions. The Conservatives blocked that. G8 misspending, $1 billion. Conservatives blocked any investigation. The ETS scandal is $400 million. Conservatives blocked each one of those investigations. How can they talk now about transparency when they were so deplorable when they were in government?
I know we're out of time, but the honourable member for Brantford-Brant can respond.
If that particular member were concerned about transparency and accountability, he'll vote to bring down this government.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Caribou, Prince George.
Oh, fantastic.
Thank you.
Good choice. That's a good choice.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleagues for the round of support.
Love you, Todd.
Yeah, love you too. Hi, Miss Melly. Mr. Speaker, what brought us here today? Yet another day, yet another scandal of this this government. You know, it's not that long ago. Well, it's 9 years ago. It seems like a long time ago when the member from Papineau was campaigning to be the next Prime Minister of our country, that he told Canadians that under his governance that Canadians would see the most open and transparent government in the history of our country, that sunshine would be the disinfectant, the best disinfectant. Sunny ways, I believe he said. Sunny ways are brought back to this country. Most open and transparent government, Mr. Speaker. And what have we seen in the last 9 years? Elbowgate, cash for access scandal, Agacon, cultural appropriation, Gropegate, sole source contracts. Let us not, this is like a best hits, a KTEL best hits. The WE scandal, clam scam. And I'll remind those Canadians that are paying attention, all those that are in the gallery today, what the clam scam was is that the former fisheries minister, now the Minister of Public Safety and Security, and our Prime Minister's most trusted confidant, awarded a contract to a group that was being managed by a cousin or a brother-in-law of that minister. The company was also ran by a former Liberal minister and the brother of a sitting Liberal member of Parliament, essentially taking almost 500 jobs from the town of Grand Bank in Newfoundland and awarding it to another group. Luckily, we exposed it and we were able to get those jobs back for the town of Grand Bank. And I still get letters of support and thanks because we were the only ones that stood up for that town. The only ones that stood up for that town. Mr. Speaker, time and again we've seen the Prime Minister and his ministers evade accountability. It's always somebody else's problem. It's always somebody else's fault. It's scandal after scandal, corruption after corruption. Winnipeg Labs scandal, GC Strategies, 72 secret orders in council, skipping the very first Truth and Reconciliation Day to go surfing in Tofino. That's what our Prime Minister did. This is the Prime Minister that stood when he was the member of Papineau campaigning to be the next Prime Minister with his hand in his heart and said that reconciliation and relationships with our Indigenous people was the most important relationship for that government. And what have we seen from that time? Well, I remember that Prime Minister standing up and thanking Indigenous protesters for their donation when all they were asking for was clean water, drinking water in their communities. $6,000 a night hotels in London for the Queen's funeral. We saw some of our worst criminals, Paul Bernardo, Luca Bagnotta, prison transfers under the darkness of night, transferred from our most secure prisons to our medium security prisons. And one of the most recent ones, this government bought a $9 million condo for the Prime Minister's friend in New York City. We should never forget the Where's Randy? The other Randy, where a company owned and ran by one of the ministers here, Mr. Speaker, who happens to have a first name Randy, and his partner, so a two-person company, also received millions of dollars of federal funding, which all kind of disappeared and lots of kerfuffle around it, but there was discussions between the two partners, and well, the one partner that was called before the House or committee to testify said it was another Randy, but he couldn't remember the name of that Randy, or was he not going to provide the other Randy's last name. From lavish vacations with wealthy donors, this government has repeatedly violated public trust and lost the moral authority to govern. And now for why we are here today. Mr. Speaker, this House All those who sit in this House are elected by the people, elected by Canadians. All 338 members of us are all elected to be the voice of Canadians who elect us. This is the House of Commons. It's a people's house. So when the House mandates that something is done, well, you would think that the Prime Minister would follow, or the Prime Minister and ministers would follow those orders. The let me see here. The SDTC is a federally funded not-for-profit that approves and disperses millions of dollars in funds annually to clean technology companies. The Sustainable Development Technology Canada was established in 2001 by the Government of Canada through the Canada Foundation for Sustainable Development Technology Act to fund the development and demonstration of new technologies that promote sustainable development. It is an arm's length, not-for-profit organization that was created to support projects that develop, demonstrate new technologies that address issues related to climate change, air quality, clean water, and clean soil. It should be noted that in 2017, the SDTC received a Clean Bill of Health. That all the findings at that point was that everything was above board. Then along came this Prime Minister and his ministers, and they elected hand-picked board members, hand-picked the chair, who then proceeded to spend $1 billion, almost $1 billion of taxpayer funds. And about 186 of those fundings, or that fundings, there was 186 times that the Auditor General found conflicts of interest, meaning those board of directors and that chair handpicked where those projects were going, or where that funding was going. Some of that funding went to their very own companies, Mr. Speaker.
Shameful.
So this House ordered an investigation, ordered the papers to be delivered so that the RCMP could have a look to see if indeed there was some criminality involved in that. That's an order from the Speaker. It's an order from this House. And what the Prime Minister did and ordered was that those papers would be delivered, but they'd be heavily redacted so that no investigation could be done. It begs the question, Mr. Speaker, what are they hiding? What more are they hiding? You know, up to that point, the SDTC continued to operate, but all of a sudden their annual reports have ceased. They're refusing to answer the questions. Over $330 million of taxpayers' money was directed to companies where the very board members who approved the funding had clear conflicts of interest. Additionally, the Auditor General found that the board authorized another $59 million in projects that were beyond the Foundation's legal mandate. The Prime Minister's hand-picked board members, including its chair, found themselves in positions where they could directly benefit their own companies. We mentioned that. Funneling taxpayers' dollars, unaccounted for, unchecked, to their own companies. 9 directors were found by the Auditor General responsible for the 186 conflicts of interest. Unbelievable, Mr. Speaker. And so Conservatives want to get to the bottom of this. We want to hold this government accountable. And it's only the Conservatives that are standing up and doing this. So through you, Mr. Speaker, the Canadian people deserve to know how their money has been misused. This NDP Liberal government must finally be held accountable for the actions of its hand-picked appointees, and the Conservatives will be the ones that do it.
Bravo.
Order. It's my duty pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House that the questions we raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan, Public Services and Procurement. The Honourable Member for Langley Aldergrove on mental health and addictions. And the Honourable Member for Dufferin-Caledon on carbon pricing. Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think it's important to be very clear on the fact that the Conservative Party is blurring the whole issue of judicial independence. In fact, in the last question I asked, the member had indicated, the member from Brantford-Brant, the Conservative said, well, we are assisting the RCMP. And that's how they justify giving this information directly, summoning it, then giving it directly to the RCMP. We are assisting. One could say you're on a slippery slope. Are you next going to assist the RCMP by suggesting they arrest someone? Or the justice system that they should put someone in jail? What a slippery slope the Conservative Party is taking in terms of taking an affront to the Canadian Charter of Rights. The only Conservative parliamentarian that I'm aware of that actually went to jail was the former Dean Del Mastro, who actually was the parliamentary secretary to the Stephen Harper. Is that where they're getting their constitutional directions from?
The honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
186 conflicts of interest. Mr. Speaker, and this member of Parliament wants to stand up and point fingers, just like they do all the time. It wasn't us or the Conservatives or worse. They're not going to take any blame, Mr. Speaker. That's all they do. Don't look here. There's nothing to see here. 186 conflicts of interest, over $390 million. Taxpayer funds.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois supports the motion in principle, but what bothers me is the wording, Mr. Speaker. The Conservative motion. Can the member start again? We want to make sure that interpretation is working. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean can start from the beginning. Well, Mr. Speaker, as I was saying, the Bloc Québécois supports the principle of the motion, but what bothers us is the wording. This motion does relate to poor management of SDTC, and it's important to address that, but the wording is problematic because the motion calls for all documents to be tabled within 14 days, which is totally unrealistic. And here's why it's unrealistic. When the government tables documents to Parliament, they must do so in English and in French. Translation would take longer than the 14 days that are set out in the motion. So, does the Conservative motion seek rather to put the government in a situation where they're in contempt of Parliament, which would create a political drama? Because the motion, we agree with it in principle, but these documents, all these documents, they cannot be translated in 14 days. So it seems that they're not really considering the Official Languages Act.
No, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate my honourable colleague's question, but I will draw him to the original order of this House, which was back in June 10th, which would have provided enough time, 30 days, enough time for those documents to be produced, and yet we still have not seen them.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And as my colleague knows, the NDP is supporting the motion. We believe in getting to the bottom of the STTC scandal. The reality is the misspending is something that needs to be explored, and we absolutely believe in that transparency. Whether it's a Liberal scandal or a Conservative scandal, we also thank the Auditor General's Department for having exposed the possible misspending. Now, you'll recall, Mr. Speaker, under the Harper regime, Conservatives slashed the funding to the Auditor General and to the Parliamentary Budgetary Officer. In other words, constraining the ability of those independent officers of Parliament to actually do their job. And we saw the results. Conservatives we lived through a number of Conservative scandals under the Harper regime that Conservatives blocked investigations on. The anti-terrorism funding, $3.1 billion, with absolutely no paper trail. The Phoenix pay system, $2.2 billion. We continue to pay for that today. The F-35 procurement scandal, this G8 misspending, $1 billion. ATS scandal, $400 million. That's not even including the Senate scandals, not even including all of the other scandals that we saw over this period, including Conservative members of Parliament, at least in one case, going to jail. My question is, Mr. Speaker, to my honourable colleague, is why Conservatives blocked all of that transparency, refused the investigations, refused to actually have Canadians know the truth about Conservative scandals.
The honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
Well, I would remind my honourable colleague from the NDP that this is not only this government's record. They have supported and propped up this government for the last 5.5, 6 years. So this is also their record of scandal and corruption.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The honourable member for Barrie-Innisfil.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I too am very glad to rise on this motion of privilege that's in front of the House today, and I want to thank my other colleagues, my colleague from Caribou Prince George and Brantford Brant for their speeches today. I know I've been working with the colleague from Brantford Brant on the Ethics Committee. This issue actually came before the Ethics Committee almost a year ago, Mr. Speaker, that we started looking into the SDTC scandal. And even then, we just started scratching the surface of what was to come and what has led us to this point here today. But I want to go back August 12th, 2020, just over 4 years ago, Mr. Speaker. Of course, the world, we were dealing with the uncertainty of COVID at that time. I know the House was operating in the Committee of the Whole, and I remember I gave a speech. We were just starting at that time to really understand the extent and the scope of some of the sole source contracting that was going on. In particular, there was an issue with CMHC at the time, Frank Baylis with ventilators. We were seeing this level of insider cronyism start to take its root within the Liberal Party, and sole source contracts related to COVID matters, COVID equipment, etc., was being given to Liberal-connected insiders. And I want to go back to what I said over 4 years ago, August 12th, 2020. And I said at that time, I was just sitting right over there where the honourable member from Edmonton Manning is right now. I said at the time that the sponsorship scandal will look like a speck of sand in a desert when this is all over. And when this is all over, the Prime Minister and the Finance Minister at the time, Bill Morneau, will be just fine. I said, I have a question to ask on behalf of every Canadian before more stories surface, because they will. How many more Liberal-connected friends, families, and insiders have had their palms greased and have personally, financially gained from this pandemic at the expense of Canadians who have suffered so much during this crisis? Will the Liberals be honest for once, or do we have to wait for the Auditor General to tell us? Well, the Auditor General has been telling us, Mr. Speaker. Several investigations later, we land onto the SDTC scandal. And what a scandal it has become. Liberal-connected insiders and cronies greasing their palms to the tunes of hundreds of millions of dollars without any thought of conflict of interest, without any thought that somehow there was to be some measures put in place that would stop the fleecing of taxpayer dollars to the board of directors who were running SDTC. And I think it's important that we remember again, what got us to this point, and that it was the Auditor General who found that the Prime Minister had turned sustainable development technology into a slush fund for Liberal insiders. I remember being at the meeting where she presented her report and how she talked about the malfeasance that was going on within SDTC, the fact that there was very little oversight and whole lot of conflict of interest going on. Now, I remember, and I've heard some of the questioning that's been going on today from the Liberal side about criminality. Well, it wasn't the Auditor General's task or role at the time, Mr. Speaker, to be looking into criminality. What she was looking for was how taxpayer dollars were landing in the hands of Liberal insiders without any regard for conflict of interest rules. That's what she was looking for. And that's what she was reporting on, and that's what shed the light on the extent and the scope of this scandal that had started at the Ethics Committee almost a year earlier. The other thing that the Auditor General found, that there was a recording of a senior civil servant who slammed the outright incompetence of the Trudeau of the government, and I apologize for that, of the government, which gave out $390 million worth of contracts inappropriately. The whistleblower was speaking about the very things that were going on. And I recall at Ethics Committee, we had Doug McConaughey there, and he had been recorded by the whistleblower. They were talking about this scandal, and even Doug McConaughey at that point was saying that this was on sponsorship level scandal. It was a sponsorship level scandal. Now, the sponsorship scandal was $40 million, which is enough money, and then of course we all know what happened there. And it led to the Chrétien government being brought down. But this, Mr. Speaker, is upwards of $400 million. $400 million of taxpayer dollars that were being funneled to Liberal-connected insiders and cronies without any oversight. The Auditor General found that SDTC gave $58 million to 10 ineligible projects, and that on occasions couldn't demonstrate an environmental benefit, not one environmental benefit or development of green technologies. $334 million, over 186 cases, went to projects in which board members held a conflict of interest. I mean, it's unbelievable. And $58 million to projects without ensuing contribution agreement terms were met. Think of the coordinated effort that it takes among those board of directors and among the people that were involved in this to distribute that amount of money to what we now know in many, many cases were companies that they had a financial interest in, Mr. Speaker. That doesn't border on criminal. There's nothing that does, quite frankly. The Auditor General also made it clear that the blame for this scandal falls on the Prime Minister's industry minister, who did not sufficiently monitor the contracts that were given to Liberal insiders. And so it was common sense Conservatives that really started the process of trying to get to the bottom of this. We had the industry minister in at Ethics, and we had a report that was done, an audit report on this that we had asked for. We got it back, and it had been redacted, and then the Ethics Committee had asked that we get the report unredacted, that the report actually come to us, and we did, finally, after a lot of push-pull. But I think it's important at this point, Mr. Speaker, to really talk about why these oversight committees are so important to Parliament. The Standing Committee on Ethics, Government Operations and Public Accounts, the mighty OGO, as we like to say. It's important because these committees are chaired by opposition members, and I've been the chair of ethics now for 2 years, and that's why I'm glad to speak on this, because in my role as chair, as you know, Mr. Speaker, there is a level of neutrality that is required in that role, and that we have to make sure that we're operating in a neutral way, in a neutral function, and giving a fair chance for all members. But these committees are run by the majority opposition members, and their intent is to hold the government to account. In the case of the Ethics Committee, we deal with, obviously, ethics issues, and we've been dealing with a lot of ethics issues. I refer to it as the Shooting the Fish in a Barrel Committee because of the amount of ethics scandals that we've been dealing with, and I'll touch on those a little bit later. But OGO, the mighty OGO, dealing with government operations, contracts. We found through OGO the Arrive scam scandal and how that played itself out, and of course public accounts. And this, quite frankly, this issue has been touching many, many committees, not just oversight committees that are led by the opposition. And so we have been trying to do our job, our constitutional responsibility as His Majesty's loyal opposition, to get to the bottom of these many, many scandals that have been occurring, and we've been doing a very, very good job at that, sometimes, quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, with some opposition from the opposition. We've not always had team players with other parties. We certainly saw that when the coalition agreement was on with the NDP and the Liberals. The NDP would provide cover in many cases for motions that we were trying to pass in order to shed light on many of these scandals. We've seen hopeful signs, I would call it, lately, that they backed away from that, and that we are getting to the bottom of many of these scandals, not the least of which is the Who's Randy scandal that ethics and now this Parliament are currently seized with. So when we look back on SDTC and we look at what their mandate was, they were a federally, and still are, a federally funded nonprofit that approves and disperses, was supposed to, $100 million in funds annually to clean technology companies. The key problems, of course, as I mentioned earlier, is that SDTC executives awarded projects in which they held conflicts over $330 million worth of taxpayer funds. And in 2019, former Liberal Industry Minister Navdeep Bains began removing Conservative executives on SDTC when there weren't any scandals in relation to the fund, and started replacing them with Liberal-appointed executives. And the Prime Minister's newly appointed board began voting companies in which executives hold active conflict of interest in SDTC funding. Governance standards at the fund deteriorated rapidly under the leadership of the new chair appointed by the Liberals, Annette Versteuren, who we had at Ethics Committee, and the Auditor General, and both the Ethics Commissioner as well back in July initiated separate investigations after those whistleblowers came forward with allegations of financial mismanagement at the fund. And the Auditor General's investigation, as I said, Mr. Speaker, found severe lapse in governance standards, and it uncovered almost $400 million in funding that was awarded to projects that either should have been ineligible to receive funding or were awarded to projects in which board members were conflicted during that 5-year audit period. Just incredible, incredible stuff, Mr. Speaker. So I wanted to talk about a little bit of history here, and it's not just the SDTC scandal that we should be focused on, or that Canadians should be focused on. It's a myriad of other scandals as well. And as I said, as chair of the Ethics Committee, I've had a front row seat over these last 2 years to many of these scandals that have come forward. And I had a front row seat, Mr. Speaker, when I was opposition House leader under our interim leader, Candice Bergen. And it was at that time that we were really dealing with the Winnipeg lab documents scandal, the fact that the government had not provided documents that were asked by Parliament. In fact, dug their heels in so much that they actually took the Speaker to court to prevent these documents from being released. And we've seen a very similar situation here. There was nothing in the order by Parliament. And Mr. Speaker, Parliament is supreme. When committees ask for documents, there is an obligation on behalf of the government to provide those documents. And if they're asked for in an unredacted manner, there is an obligation, because of the supremacy of Parliament, to provide those documents unredacted. That wasn't the case here with the SDTC scandal. And when I go back to the Winnipeg lab scandal, almost exactly the same thing happened. These documents were not provided for. What did they have to hide? What do they have to hide? Who's connected? Who is further connected to this SDTC scandal that this government doesn't want us to understand or know? And why would they not want the potential criminality to be exposed in this scandal? And these are questions that the government is going to have to answer, and their members are going to have to answer when and if we do get to an election. But it wasn't just Winnipeg Labs. It wasn't just SDTC. It was the Arrive scandal. Again, $60 million plus given to Liberal-connected insiders for the Arrive scam application. And again, no answers, pushed back. We had to call Mr. Firth to the bar again, proving the supremacy of Parliament and the fact that we are the arbiters of what we need to determine and what we need to get to the bottom of. There was also the Trudeau Foundation that we've been dealing with at the Ethics Committee. We've been dealing with foreign interference at the Ethics Committee. Oversight committees intended to hold the government to account. Whether the government likes it or not, that is our constitutional role. As it's our constitutional role as His Majesty's loyal opposition to push and fight and make sure that government is on the up and up, and that taxpayer dollars, that we are the stewards of taxpayer dollars. And we will continue to do that. And now we're dealing with another situation, as I said earlier, Mr. Speaker, that Parliament is now seized with, and the ruling of the Speaker on the point of privilege that was brought up by the member from Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes. You're going to help me out with this? Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Island, Rideau Lakes. You think I would know that by now because we sit on the Ethics Committee together. But we're dealing with another question of privilege that I'm sure this House will be seized with over the next few days that are coming on the Who's Randy scandal, and the fact that the minister was seemingly operating his business while he was a minister. The conflict of interest in that is palpable, Mr. Speaker. The illegality of that is real, and we need answers to that. And back in July, the Ethics Committee had a meeting. We had requested documents from a witness, Mr. Anderson, who failed to provide those documents to the committee. And we gave him a timeline. This is when we need them by. And he failed to provide the information that was requested. And again, asserting ourselves and the supremacy of not just the committee but Parliament, I reported to the House what had happened, as was the committee's wish, Mr. Speaker, and then the member rose on a question of privilege and the fact that the privileges of the committee and the privileges of its members were not adhered to by Mr. Anderson, and the Speaker ruled that the question of privilege is now before the House, and the motion has been duly moved, and it's a motion that we'll be debating likely over the next couple of days, perhaps even into next week. And part of that motion is to have Mr. Anderson come to the House, come before the bar, to be admonished by the Speaker, but more importantly, answer the questions that parliamentarians have been asking him for. And that's our job, not just on ethics, but on the mighty OGO, and of course, public accounts as well, Mr. Speaker. And it all goes back, and I know you've heard this a couple of times, it all goes back to 2015, when this Prime Minister stood up before Canadians and said that they will be transparent and open by default. In fact, it was in the throne speech of 2015. And all of the examples that I've been citing over the last few minutes, Mr. Speaker, proves that this is a government that has not been transparent and accountable and open by default. In fact, they've been anything but. And part of our responsibility on the Ethics Committee is to deal, Mr. Speaker, with access to information. And I would suggest to you, and we issued a report on access to information a few months back after studying it and having experts come in, members from the media who have been involved in the access to information system, and it is broken, Mr. Speaker. Oftentimes, the wait time for access to information documents are months, if not years. Information comes that's redacted. That's not open and transparent and accountable by default. That's anything but, Mr. Speaker. So, as I conclude, it's not just the system that's broken in this country in many ways. The affordability system, housing, the fact that young people are, they've lost hope. They're despondent now of a prosperous future for themselves. The division that this Prime Minister has sown in this country along regional lines, race lines, faith lines, pitting neighbor against neighbor, all these things are broken. And the worst part about what's going on right now is not only have we got a decline in democracy as a result of this government not being open and transparent and accountable by default, but it really speaks to the diminishment of our institutions and the ability of Parliament to ask for the information that it requires in order to protect the people of this country and to protect their money. And so, Mr. Speaker, I'll conclude by saying this, that I am extremely disappointed that we are on this path once again, and that the only thing that's going to change this is a change of government, a common sense conservative government. Hopefully that happens soon. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. The member from Brampton Brant says, what we're doing is we are assisting the RCMP. The question I have for the member opposite, how many times did the Conservative Party assist the RCMP when it came to the Conservative corruption dealing with anti-terrorism, as pointed out, the Phoenix scandal, the G8 spending scandal, the ETS scandal, the F-35 scandal, the Senate scandal, all of which were Conservative scandals. Now, I know there's probably another 30 or 40 that I'm missing, but let's talk about today. The member made reference to foreign interference. What about the foreign interference in the Conservative leadership that enabled the current leader of the Conservative Party? Should we be getting the RCMP some documents or looking to support, or to, how does the member from Brant say? We should be assisting our RCMP dealing with that corruption in the Conservative leadership?
The Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Well, I think that if there had been any evidence of that, Mr. Speaker, we certainly would see that playing itself out. What we have seen evidence of is foreign interference on the part of this Liberal government. We've seen a Prime Minister who was informed many times, in fact, and the foreign interference inquiry is just shedding a light on that this week. A Prime Minister that was told about the foreign interference situation that was going on and how many of his members were involved in this. So if this member wants to shed a light on foreign interference, I would suggest to him that we name the 11. We name them in this place who were involved with foreign interference. I think that would be a terrific start. You know, I was sitting there the other day, I met with the commissioner, one of the commissioners of the European Union, and we both agreed, that the only way to deal with foreign interference is to shed a light on it, so that we're not looking at each other, so that we're not casting suspicion on each other. Name those 11 MPs that were complicit to foreign interference, Mr. Speaker, and this country will be in a better position as a result to deal with it.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski, Nejet, Témiscouata, Basque. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I heard my colleague's speech from Barrie Innisfil, who's putting the blame on the government in terms of transparency. But, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to remind my colleague that Quebec's slogan, I remember, and I'd like to remind my colleague in 2010, during the G8 summit, the former Conservative minister was accused of $50 million in corruption, Mr. Clements, for an infrastructure project in his riding. So what did we learn from the AG office in 2011? The government did not clearly or transparently say what the request for financing was. Another excerpt from the office of the AG. During my career as an AG, I have never seen a situation like this one, when there was absolutely no documentation behind this. So my question for my colleague is simple. How can a party like the Conservative Party, who wants to form the next government, how can they ensure that Quebecers and Canadians can absolutely give them their trust with such a poor track record in terms of transparency and management of public funds? The Honourable Member for Barrie. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I remember as well all the scandals from the Liberal Party in 2015.
Almost immediately with the Aga Khan scandal. Look, we can look into history all we want, Mr. Speaker, but the reality is that we've had 9 years of a government who said they were going to be different, they were going to be open and transparent and accountable by default. You know, sunshine is the best disinfectant, sunny ways, I remember it all with his hand over his heart. And what have we got? Scandal after scandal after scandal, a divided country along all those lines that I talked about earlier. We've got debt and deficit. We've got a young generation of people who have lost hope in this country. We need to restore the promise of Canada, and that's precisely what Canada's Conservatives, common sense Conservatives, are going to do, including upholding ethical standards. And if he wants any evidence of that, just look at the member from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lake. Look at the bill that he's proposed and support that as a start and a signal to what our intention is going to be in the next government. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I note that the motion under debate has to do with the failure of government to produce documents. And I also share my colleagues' commitment to accountability and the doctrine that Parliament is supreme. But I was in the House in 2011 when former Speaker Milliken found the Conservative government in contempt of Parliament for refusing to hand over documents, just like this motion is calling for, that would have revealed to Parliament the costs of corporate tax cuts, the criminal justice measures that were being debated, and the F-35 program. So I'm wondering, to my honourable colleague, on the principle that the best indication of future performance is past behaviour, would a future Conservative government, would they commit to be different than the last Conservative government was when they refused to produce documents when Parliament, through majority vote, demanded them?
Member Barry Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, some of the debate that I'm hearing today, I think the honourable members need to get back into a DeLorean and, you know, try to be like Marty McFly and go back to the future. We're talking about scandals that have been seized, that are seizing this Parliament right now, involving this Liberal government, not the least of which is a $400 million scandal. And if the NDP would stop propping up this government, maybe, just maybe, we might get to the bottom of this. And better yet, let's have an election so that we can prove to Canadians that we are going to be a much better government, a much better common sense government than this Liberal government has been over the last 9 years, and not cause the despair and the misery that is facing our nation right now. And let us prove to Canadians what good government is all about.
21 gigawatts. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Chatham, Kent Leamington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague from Barrie Innisfil for a very clear delineation. I'm going to crawl into the DeLorean for a moment. Let's go back. We've had a number of references to the sponsorship scandal as a kind of as a marker, as a comparator. And if I recall a quote from that era from a former Liberal Cabinet Minister, David Dingwall, who stated, "I'm entitled to my entitlements." Is that what's going on here? To my honourable colleague, this has now been extended to the government appointees, not only just to cabinet ministers and prime ministers?
The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Loaded question, softball question. Hit it out of the park. I know we're in the Major League playoffs here, but it's I don't know what it is with these guys. It's got to be in their DNA, because we've seen scandal after scandal that's come up where Liberal-connected insiders and cronies have benefited as a result of these the relationships that they have with this Liberal government. And I mentioned a few of them off the top. Probably one of the most absurd ones was former MP Frank Baylis getting a sole source contract for hundreds of millions of dollars for ventilators that weren't even used. Sole source contract means that they didn't go and vet that out to anybody else or put it out for other bids. They gave it to Liberal-connected insiders. And we've seen these palms being greased since the beginning of this government. We saw it with the Prime Minister setting the example with his trip, the ethical violation to the Aga Khan's island. And I think it's in their DNA. I think they can't help themselves, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to breaching ethics laws and code of conduct laws in this country. They just can't help themselves, and this is why we're seeing it. And when that example is set at the top, it disseminates itself throughout the entire organization. In this case, it's disseminated itself throughout the entire part of government, and this is why we're dealing with these scandals, and it is impacting and affecting a decline in our democracy, trust in our institutions by Canadians, and we have to restore that trust, and the only way we can do it is to replace this tired, corrupt government with a common sense conservative government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Une question très vite.
Quick question, the honourable member for Lac Saint Louis. If we talked about the DeLorean again, from 67 to today, there's been many scandals. Either it's the Liberals or the Conservatives. But let's go back now to October 2nd, 2004. My question is very simple, Mr. Speaker. Through you, why, in his opinion, what is the main reason that pushes the government to not produce the documents that have been requested today? The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
15 seconds. I think because this goes much deeper than what is on the surface. I think there are much more people implicated that are connected to this government, that are guilty of being complicit to what went on. And I think the government is afraid of the information being released and the impact that this is going to have, not just politically, but criminally as well. Thank you.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The honourable member for Cumberland, Colchester.
Well, thank you very much, Speaker. And, you know, it's always a privilege to rise in this chamber. You know, it's interesting. My great friend from South Shore St. Margaret's, whose office is directly across from mine in the Confederation building, he's been talking about this scandal now for the better part of a year. And, you know, when you begin to look at the sordid details that actually exist here in this particular case, it's very disheartening as a Canadian. And, you know, the other thing, Speaker, that I would suggest to you is that it's disheartening because there have been so many scandals from this NDP Liberal government that Canadians have tuned them out. You know, it's 50 million, it's 100 million, it's 300 million. And sadly, Canadians have said, well, whatever. And I guess one of the things that I also wonder, Speaker, is how does the Prime Minister continue to get a free pass on these scandals? It's absolutely shocking to me. I realize that I've only been in this place for 3 years, so I'm not going to get in the DeLorean that my wonderful friend from Barrie Innisfil was in, and that's not the road I want to go down. However, that being said, I would suggest that we need to prosecute those issues that are in front of us at this time, and certainly the SDTC scandal is there. It's front and center, and it's involving hundreds of millions of dollars, perhaps almost $1 billion. And Speaker, if I might go back a bit to look at the Sustainable Development Technology Canada Fund. It was established in 2001. And when you look at the mandate of this actual fund, it seems to make sense. It's a federally funded nonprofit that approves and disperses over $100 million in funds every year to clean tech companies, clean technology companies. And certainly in the era where we understand there are certain things we need to do to help protect the climate, and that's been a theme that has resonated on this side of the House forever, that we need to use technologies and not taxes, that this is a fund that would actually seem to make sense. And it goes on to say that through the Canada Foundation for Sustainable Development Technology Act, this is used to fund the development and demonstration of new technologies that promote sustainable development. So as you look at the setup of this fund, it makes sense. It's arm's length, it's not for profit. It was created to support projects that develop and demonstrate new technologies that address issues related to climate change, air quality, clean water, and clean soil. All, certainly in my estimation, Speaker, all good things. The SDTC is responsible for the administration of the SD Tech Fund in accordance with the guidelines per the funding agreement with ISED. So as you look at those things on the surface, you would say, wow, this makes sense. And certainly coming to this place, as someone who I was a family physician before I came here, so politics was not at the top of mind. You always wonder, you hear about people being appointed to boards and you wonder what they do and how do they, do they make money doing this? You really have a difficult time understanding this. And from my perspective, this really brings forward a significant underbelly of what Canadians, everyday Canadians hear of someone serving on a board. And you wonder, wow, what do these people who serve on a board do? And, well, the people who have served on this board, including the chair, what did they do? Well, I'm not entirely sure, but certainly as I read the documents, it would appear that they used their influence, which created significant conflicts of interest in what they did. They used their influence to award at least, and sadly, Speaker, I say at least $330 million worth of taxpayer funds to corporations which they control. So as you look at that, you wonder, wow, if you don't get paid to be on a board, how do you make money? Well, this is apparently one way you do it, is you prop up a company that you have significant financial interest in and award them taxpayer dollars. What else happened here? Well, we know that, again, as I said, this fund has been ongoing since 2001, and indeed the Auditor General did an audit on the SDTC in 2016 and praised SDTC for the great work and how well they were run. So 15 years of being run very well. Things changed thereafter. It would appear from documents that Jim Balsillie, of course many people here would know who Jim Balsillie is. He was the chair of this committee, and he began speaking out against certain legislation that the Liberal government at that time was bringing forward. And what they decided to do, of course, was it would have caused a scandal to get rid of him. But that being said, when his contract came to an end, they decided not to renew his contract. Of course, that left them in a bit of a quandary to say, you must appoint someone else. So in 2019, former Liberal Industry Minister Navdeep Bains began appointing, I'll say, conflicted executives to be in charge of SDTC. You know what? He was warned against this. He was warned that Annette Verschaeren would have significant conflicts because the companies that historically she had some dealings with had already received funds from SDTC and continued to receive them on an ongoing basis. So as you look at this, then you begin to understand the troubles that existed from the very beginning of appointing the new chair. What happens then? Well, the Auditor General and Ethics Commissioner initiate separate investigation because whistleblowers came forward. And if we have time, we have some testimony from whistleblowers that is actually shocking and needs to be certainly read into the record. The whistleblowers came forward. They had allegations of financial mismanagement, and therefore that's why those investigations were initiated. And I'll have more to say about the Ethics Commissioner as we go forward, because I actually took an opportunity to sit on committee and hear the testimony of the Ethics Commissioner, which in my mind is quite shocking. The Auditor General's investigation found severe lapse in governance standards and uncovers that $390 million in funding was awarded to projects that either should have been ineligible to receive funding or were awarded to projects in which board members were conflicted, and that was only during a 5-year audit period. So as you begin to look at those numbers, we're talking hundreds of millions of dollars. Again, as I mentioned, realistically, the change began in late 2018, 2019, when former Liberal Industry Minister Navdeep Bains decided that the SDTC needed a new CEO and chair. And even though, as I said previously, being warned that there were significant conflicts, the Prime Minister's office and the Privy Council office, who were warned about appointing a conflicted chair, that they decided to go ahead and move forward with that regardless. And there were not just one warning, Chair, but repeated warnings to say that this is going to cause chaos and conflict. So this new chair goes on to create an environment where conflict of interest were tolerated and quote-unquote managed by board members. Well, what happens then? Of course, SDTC went on to award funds to companies in which they held stock or positions within those companies that received funding. So, Speaker, talk about allowing the person who has the keys, to the cabinet to go ahead and disperse the funds for their own benefit. I'm not entirely sure if there are many things that are worse than that. I mean, as my esteemed colleague from Barrie Innisfil said repeatedly, we are charged with several things here in this place, and one of them is to be good stewards of taxpayer money. And that is one thing that became very clear here, that just did not happen. And so then, again, as this environment of conflict of interest goes on, Minister Baines appointed 2 other controversial board members who engaged in unethical behavior in breach of the Conflict of Interest Act by approving funds to companies in which they held ownership stakes. So not only do we begin to see that the chair of the board allowed this environment to cultivate, then we see other members of the board saying, hey, this is what we do here, let's benefit from it ourselves. And as an elected official, of course, this is very unsavory behavior. Officials from ISED were also there watching what was going on, who observed these 186 conflicts of interest and also, sadly, did nothing. So, in November 2022, whistleblowers started raising concerns with the Auditor General about these unethical practices, and the Privy Council is also briefed by whistleblowers about these allegations. Then, in September of 23, so as I said, I've been hearing about this from my friend from South Shore St. Margaret's for more than a year now, so September of 2023, the whistleblowers take the allegations public, and now the minister, which has changed since then, the now minister, agreed to suspend the SDTC funding. Now, is that a good thing? Well, it is until we come to the rest of the story, which we will in a few minutes. In November of last year, the Auditor General announced an audit, and then in June of this the Auditor General report is released finding severe governance failures at SDTC. And then, of course, in June, there was the motion adopted in this place for the production of various documents to be turned over to the RCMP for review. In response to the motion, and these are some of the other things that are actually shocking, departments either outright refused the House order or redacted documents turned over, citing provisions of the Privacy Act or Access to Information Act. And certainly here in this place, we did not contemplate that they were going to be redactions. And we would also argue, of course, on this side of the House, that the House itself enjoys the absolute and unfettered power to order the production of documents that is not limited by statute. And these powers, of course, are rooted in the Constitution Act of 1867 and the Parliament of Canada Act. In response to this failure to produce documents, the Conservative House Leader raised a point of privilege, arguing the House privilege had been breached due to the failure to comply with the House order. And subsequently, of course, here we are arguing the point over and over again, realistically, in terms of a charge of corruption and a lack of transparency to either prove or disprove that charge. Certainly on this side of the House, we believe there's ample evidence to prove that charge, Speaker. If I might just cite some examples that are a matter of public record, but I think are very important. I talked briefly about the environment that was cultivated at the top by the chair of the committee, Annette Verschaeren. And there were, again, 2 other people who got appointed by Minister Baines and by the Prime Minister. They were both directors. One was particularly aggressive, appointed in 2016 by the Prime Minister, André-Lise Metteau. She runs a venture capital firm which is called Cycle Capital. And this story, again, gets to be very interesting. It, of course, invests in green technologies. And when you begin to look at this, her company, before being appointed, had received $250 million in grants from SDTC. Already, obviously, a conflict when you say, my company has already benefited from being here, so I think I'll get on this gravy train. And when you become part of the board, then what does she do? She allows $114 million more to go to green companies that she had invested in. During the time of Ms. Metteau's time on the board, the value of her company, called Cycle Capital, tripled because, of course, it was getting money on a regular basis from SDTC stamped by the Government of Canada. And that allowed, of course, those companies to profit. They could raise other funds, and as I said, the value of her own company tripled in that time. Now, the other strange part of it is sadly, her lobbyist, her in-house paid lobbyist for 10 years before he was elected to this place, it was the current radical Minister of the Environment. So a lobbyist for this company, Cycle Capital, and while the Minister of the Environment was a lobbyist, he was lobbying for Cycle Capital, and he received, shockingly, I know that everybody in this place will gasp when I say it, $111 million. Yeah, incredible. The minister, according to the Registration of Lobbyists portion of the Lobbying Act, lobbied the Prime Minister's office before, of course, he came to this place. And the industry department, he lobbied all of these folks 25 times in the year before he was elected. All of this is shocking. You can't even believe it. And of course, for all of this hard work, he also owns shares in Cycle Capital. And not surprisingly, Speaker, he still owns the shares in Cycle Capital. And when the question is put to the minister as to the value of these shares, we all know that, of course, they have likely gone up in value, and because they were granted before the company was given the incredibly generous support of SDTC, the minister refuses to provide the value of those shares. Shocking. So as we begin to look at the depth of what's happening here, it's way beyond what anybody would actually expect. And then the amoeba of this culture of entitlement and thievery from the government comes forward, and it says the particular director, as we talked about, Ms. Metteau, went on to the Canada Infrastructure Bank Board, and the first thing that she did there was award $170 million of infrastructure bank money to a company owned by the chair of the Green Slush Fund. Talk about not just patting yourself on the back, but patting your friends in the back and the friends who sent you someplace. You gave them a gift as well. Gifts for everybody. And Annette Verscheren also sought $6 million for the creation of, you guessed it, the Verscheren Center at Cape Breton University because it was failing. So not only do you raise the money for it, but you name it after yourself. So it's all incredibly strange. Maybe this is a little tiny shining match of a light. SDTC said no when they went through the process because there was a conflict. However, there's more to the story. In emails, it said that they would help her find the money from other government departments. And soon after that, the Verscheren Center received $12 million from ACOA and ISET, sadly enough. Her other companies received $50 million from Natural Resources Canada, and then, of course, the Infrastructure Bank money as well. So if at first you don't succeed, as the old saying says, try again. As I said, these stories are actually beyond belief, and there are many other potential things that we could talk about here. A gentleman named Guy Ouimet, who admitted in committee that $17 million of Green Slush Fund money went to companies that he has a financial interest in. He said it was a small amount of money, and I don't think $17 million is a small amount of money. Interestingly enough, his actual shares in those companies, Speaker, this is an investment that anybody would love to have, went up 1,000% since that investment was made in 2019. And, you know, it's gobsmacking. It takes your breath away when you hear these actual numbers. Speaker, you know, in this place, I would suggest that we're charged to look at these things. And I would say that one of the saddest days was when I went to watch this committee in action for a very short period of time, but the ethics commissioner was there and was given witness testimony at that time and actually questioned by my friend from South Shore St. Margaret's. And again, he asked him why, my friend from South Shore St. Margaret's asked the ethics commissioner why he had not investigated the other 8 governor and council appointments put out in the Auditor General's report as having conflicts of interest, where money flowed to companies they had an interest in. And shockingly, the ethics commissioner said that what would be the point of investigating these governor and council appointments of people who are no longer on the board because he couldn't influence what happened to them? So now we have an ethics commissioner who says, well, they're gone now. I don't think we should investigate them, even though we know that 186 conflicts of interest happened, and now at least almost $400 million worth of money is gone, of taxpayers' money is gone, and we need to shine a light on this.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. With respect to SDTC in itself, I think it's important to recognize that when the allegations were made and the department was made aware of it, that there were significant actions that were taken, whether it was the freezing of new funding to the separate independent inquiries, not one, but 2 of them. The government's already been clearly on the position of supporting what the Auditor General has said. We've had numerous meetings at standing committees on it. Yet what we find ourselves in is something that's causing the Auditor General and the RCMP to feel uncomfortable because the Conservative Party wants to be the data collection agency for the RCMP and have that information gathered and just handed over to the RCMP. So that whole issue of the independence of our judiciary system is being called into question. Does the member not have any concern whatsoever with that fact?
The Honourable Member for Cumberland Colchester.
Thanks very much, Speaker, and thanks to the Parliamentary Secretary for that question. You know, when you begin to look at this actual problem, I think it's very simple that for my friend who owns a company, you know, if there's wrongdoing inside the company, I would say that it would be in his best interest to gather all that documentation and hand it over to the RCMP to allow them to make that appropriate decision to say, had wrongdoing actually happened. And when you hear some of the testimony of whistleblowers here, you know, whistleblowers have said, bring in the RCMP, and if they do an investigation, they find something or they don't, the public would be happy with that. The public needs to understand what happens. And that behooves us here in this place, that we allow those folks who are able to do it. When you here's some other whistleblower testimony. Just as I was always confident that the Auditor General would confirm the financial mismanagement at SDTC, I remain equally confident that the RCMP will substantiate the criminal activities that occurred within the organization. So as you begin to hear these statements over and over again, what we're asked to do, in my estimation, is to say, let's shine the light, the best disinfecting in the world, sunlight on these happenings, which clearly have a flavor of mismanagement and perhaps criminal wrongdoing, so that then the public gets to hear the entire story and not be left wondering where the $500 million of taxpayer money at least is gone, with perhaps, as you look at the numbers, perhaps all the way up to $800 million worth of taxpayer money. I personally think that that's a lot of money, and when you have that opportunity to understand where the money has gone, and you hear some more of the testimony of whistleblowers. The true failure of the situation stands at the feet of our current government, whose decision to protect wrongdoers and cover up their findings over the last 12 months is a serious indictment of how our democratic systems and institutions are being corrupted by political interference. It should never have taken 2 years for the issues to reach this point, and what should have been a straightforward process turned into a bureaucratic nightmare that allowed SDTC to continue wasting millions of dollars and abusing countless employees over the last year. Now, that's from whistleblowers. So thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and certainly to take more questions related to this terrible, terrible situation.
I thought the honourable member still had speech time. The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I appreciate working with the member on Health Committee. And this motion is something that the NDP is supporting. We believe in getting to the bottom of the STDC spending scandal. It's important to have that transparency. It's important to know how taxpayers' money was spent. And I wanted to flag, and the member has as well, the important work of the Auditor General and the Parliamentary Budgetary Officer, independent officers of Parliament. They get the straight goods to Canadians. This is vitally important. And we can never forget this, Madam Speaker, but it was forgotten during almost a dismal decade during the Harper regime, where the Harper Conservatives basically slashed funding to the Auditor General, slashed funding to the PBO, slashed funding to independent officers of Parliament. And we know why, Madam Speaker. It's because the Harper Conservatives didn't want us, unlike now where we're getting to the bottom of things, didn't want the Canadian public to actually know about their spending scandal. My colleague talked about the money involved here with the STCC being a lot of money, but it pales in comparison to what the Harper regime misspent. Just to flag a certain number of figures, Madam Speaker, the anti-terrorism funding, no paper trail, $3.1 billion, Phoenix Pay System, $2.2 billion, the F-35 procurement scandal, billions, the G8 misspending, $1 billion, the ETS scandal, $400 million, and I could go on, Madam Speaker. My simple question is, why do Conservatives say, do as we say, not as we do?
Honourable member for Cumberland Colchester.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And as the member said, we do have the opportunity to serve on Health Committee together, and often we, I would say probably more often than not, we disagree, and that often creates interesting times at the Health Committee. That being said, though, Speaker, we are all here today to talk about SDTC. That does not in any way limit the great work of the Auditor General, which, of course, came forward, and the Auditor General said that this SDTC gave $58 million to 10 ineligible projects that on occasions couldn't demonstrate an environmental benefit or the development of green technology. They also gave $334 million in over 186 cases to projects in which board members held a conflict of interest. And they gave $58 million to projects without ensuring contribution agreement terms were met. So as we begin to look at the size of the scandal that exists here, you know, as I said, Speaker, I've only been here 3 years. My friend from Barrie Innisfil warned us against taking the DeLorean back in time, of trying to litigate the terrible ghost of Mr. Harper that seems to plague my friends on the Liberal side, that he's the boogeyman under their bed all the time. And when we know clearly that the scandals that this government has been involved in, we know that it starts at the top with the Liberal Prime Minister, who has been convicted twice of ethics violations. And again, much in the case of SDTC, when you have a chair that creates an environment, a culture of breaking the rules, then that filters down to everybody who's involved in those decision-making efforts. And that's what we want to shine a light on here, Speaker, is to say, bring forward those documents and let's make the right decisions for the Canadians so they know where their taxpayer dollars went.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Brandon Souris.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I just want to ask my colleague, I want to thank him first for his great presentation on this privileged motion from our colleague from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Island, and Rideau Lakes, and to my colleague from Barrie Innisfil for his presentation today as well, talking about the alleged failure to produce documents pertaining to the Sustainable Development Technology Canada project that the government has brought forward with the people that they've appointed to that board. And I just listened intently to my colleague here from Cumberland Colchester, yes. And I want to thank my colleague from South Shore St. Margaret's as well for his work in this as well. This has been about a year and a half in the making to get it to this point. And I want to say that it's a travesty that the witnesses that came forward weren't able to provide the documents and the requirements that were asked for of them. And I wonder if my colleague could just expand on the proportion of these scandals compared to other scandals, the many other scandals that this government has had since 2015.
The Honourable Member for Cumberland Colchester.
Well, I want to thank my colleague very much for his intervention, and knowing that that the scandals continue on and on and on, and I'll say right out loud that many may find this shocking, but I did read Jody Wilson-Raybauld's book, which of course began at this time with the SNC Lavalin scandal and the pressure that the Prime Minister put on an Indigenous woman who was the first Minister of Justice and Attorney General here in Canada, who it appeared, certainly from her book, was poised to do very good work on behalf of Canadians. And I'm not entirely sure why this set the Prime Minister off and made her very unwelcome in his cabinet. As we look more closely at some of the things related to STTC, just one comment, if I might, from another whistleblower, which I think is always quite fascinating. I think that the current government is more interested in protecting themselves and protecting the situation from being a public nightmare. And they would rather protect wrongdoers and financial mismanagement than to have a deal with a situation like this STTC in the public sphere.
And we are out of time. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to be able to address the House today, as always, on behalf of the people I represent in Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, and doing my best to advance the common good for Canada. We are here in the House of Commons, appropriately named the House of Commons because we are here to represent the common people and advance the common good. This is the history and the mission of this place, and to represent the common people possessed of common sense, that is, the wisdom that is accrued through normal life, and the common good being the good of the common people, and also policies that are for the common benefit of all citizens. I want to observe at the outset of my speech, Madam Speaker, that in the course of the history of democracies, there has often been a tension between the interests and concerns of these common people and those of governing elites. These tensions are actually deeply embedded in the rituals of this very place. When a speaker is first elected, he or she is dragged from their place. The history of this being that early on speakers were reluctant to take their place because there was a significant risk of them being beheaded by the monarch. Now there may be other reasons why the speaker is reluctant to take his or her place, but they are different than they were in the past. And this was because the speaker, as the servant of the House, represented the efforts of this chamber of the common people to challenge the monarchy in its efforts to exercise what it saw as its own privileges. In all democracies, and continuing today, and I think particularly in large representative democracies, the existence of some kind of governing elite is always inevitable. If we look back at history, we can see how monarchs, aristocrats, parliamentarians, public servants, public intellectuals, recognized media commentators, corporate managers, identified experts, and on have fulfilled some kind of elite function. Whether they've been praised or criticized, depending on the circumstances, every society has had something like elites. And this is because most people, normal people, have busy lives and by necessity focus on taking care of their families and contributing to the work of the productive economy. A society wouldn't work very well if it wasn't the case that most people were focused on the work of production in an economy and in taking care of their own families and the well-being of their own immediate communities. So while most people focus on their own lives and well-being, the day-to-day operations of governing institutions, even in a democracy, fall to a group of representatives and experts who, paradoxically, whose lives are not representative of the lived experience of most people. This is the reality of the relations that exist in a representative democracy, and to some extent that exist in all societies. There are challenges built into this very reality that will be largely unavoidable in any place and time. But a good society is one in which governing elites understand their function as being to serve the common good. In properly ordered societies, the common sense that is accrued through normal common life, the common sense that is the natural wisdom of the common people, provides the North Star that governing elites pursue. Elites in a democracy should always recognize as the end of their activities the advancement of the common good, noting, of course, that if they fail to advance and serve the common good, representative democracy provides the tools for removing governing elites from their positions. With that in mind, Madam Speaker, I would observe that sadly over the last 9 years, the relationship that should exist between governing elites and the people has gone way out of balance. This Liberal government, along with their circle of managerial elite insiders and friends, have sought to use their power to advance their own elite interests and to protect their own elite privileges rather than to advance the common good. Liberals have sought to control the various parts of our social and political elite. They have sought to reduce the corporate sector to a high degree of dependence on government. They have sought to bankroll like-minded civil society organizations while punishing civil society organizations with different opinions. They have sought to buy off traditional media through subsidies, undermining its independence. And they have sought to elevate their corporate capitalist cronies in exchange for the willingness of those cronies to use their corporate power to push leftist causes. Liberals have sought to capture the elite and use the elite to advance their own ideological interests and causes, and to do it at the expense of the common people and with no regard for common sense. Liberals have sought to insulate themselves from the realities of life in Canada under their watch. Taxes are up, costs are up, homes are becoming increasingly unaffordable, crime is out of control, and yet Liberal elites remain removed from these realities, protected by the walls of their gated communities and protected by their public subsidies from the realities of cost and pain that are resulting for most people from this government's policies. And this is why we feel the urgent need to bring the common sense, the voice of the common people speaking for the common good to this House. Now, Liberals have the audacity to complain when we critique the failures of governing elites. They complain because they don't like it when we give voice to those who have lost trust in their decisions. Paradoxically, they even try to suggest that criticism of insider elites is an attack on democracy. But, Madam Speaker, the ability to critique and replace a governing elite is the very essence of representative democracy. It's what it means to be a representative democracy, that the common people have the capacity to insist through elections that the governing elite is representative and responsive. And the need to remove this particular Liberal government from office is why so many Canadians want a carbon tax election now. Madam Speaker, this breakdown in the relationship between governing elites and the common people, in particular the betrayal of trust by these Liberal elites, is causing the corruption of our government. I want to reflect on the word corruption. It's obviously a sensitive term, but one that I think we must attach to the activities of this NDP Liberal government over the last 9 years. Corruption has two distinct meanings. One way of understanding corruption is as the transgression of some established rule, the breaking of a defined rule of conduct. And this is in practice how we most commonly use the word corruption, to describe instances where there are rules which are supposed to prescribe the conduct of those in power, and those rules are broken for some personal advantage. So that's one meaning or understanding of corruption. Another meaning of corruption, though, and also an important one, is a process of degeneration. When something becomes corrupted, when the rules that are supposed to hold an institution or an entity together themselves no longer uphold any kind of rational purpose. So we can think of corruption as describing both the transgression of established rules and the process of degeneration whereby the actions of those in power, even when they conform formally to established rules, nonetheless are clearly contrary to any rational purpose, and in particular are contrary to the pursuit of the common good. And when I reflect on corruption under this government, I think we should notice that we're talking about corruption actually in both senses of the term. That we have clear cases where rules have been broken, and it starts at the very top with the Prime Minister, and it flows throughout government, and there are various scandals where we can see that particular kind of corruption. But we also see more broadly a tendency within this government to define the objective as being the advancement of their own elite interests and those of their friends. And before I talk about the specifics of the SDTC, I want to highlight one other particular contemporaneous example, and that is the situation around carbon tax conflict of interest Mark Carney. And it's very interesting to hear the exchanges that have happened about Mark Carney's role in government during question period. Conservatives have critiqued the fact that Liberals have tried to find a way around the rules by making Mark Carney an economic advisor to the Liberal Party without nominally, officially having a role within the kind of executive exercise of power of the Government of Canada. So that is their way of trying to get around the rules which require certain kinds of disclosure, certain kinds of protection from conflict of interest for someone that was actually entering government formally as a public officer holder, as a senior staff member, if he were to become an elected official, a parliamentarian, etc. There would be certain conflict of interest rules that would bind his activity if he was to take on that formal advisory role for the Government of Canada. So Liberals think they've come up with something very clever to kind of skirt around the rules. They say, okay, well, he's not an advisor within the government, he's an advisor to the Liberal Party of Canada. Well, most Canadians are aware of the fact, even if they don't like this fact, but the Liberal Party of Canada is in government. So when you have someone who is a well-connected member of the elite with specific personal economic interests that involve decisions being made by the Government of Canada, who also is able to advise the Prime Minister, Cabinet, senior decision makers through the party, this is clearly an effort to skirt the rules to protect the interests of elite insiders, to allow Mark Carney to continue to get the advantages of his business position while also having close access to government and being able to use that access to advocate for policies which may benefit his private interests without any kind of proper disclosure or transparency. So this may not be corruption in one sense of the word, but I think it demonstrates a corruption in another sense of the word, which is the degeneration of respect for the common good in the exercise of public functions by the government. Now, we are We are here debating a question of privilege. And the need to raise a question of privilege in itself is a demonstration of a kind of corruption within the relationship between Parliament and elites. That is, questions of privilege have to be raised, not in every case where something inappropriate has happened, but in cases where there are, or Parliament has certain entitlements that it is not able to see fulfilled. So in this case, we're dealing with Parliament having ordered that certain documents be handed over, and the government has refused to hand over those documents. This is not the first time this has happened with the Liberal government. There have been many of these privilege issues raised at various parliamentary committees. I believe this is the second time that a question of privilege specifically relating to the government handing over documents to Parliament has had to come before the House. The last time this happened, the government actually tried to bring the sitting Speaker to court over it, and then they called an early election, which had the effect of avoiding that order. Then they made their coalition deal with the NDP, and the NDP covered for them to prevent the further request of those documents. I'm talking about the Winnipeg Lab documents affair. But there have been multiple instances where the government has refused to hand over documents, where officials have refused to appear, or insiders, be they contractors, other officials, have come to committee and refused to answer questions, point blank refused. And this is demonstration of corruption within a government elite, a lack of respect for basic democratic principles and norms. That government officials, their well-connected insider friends and contractors, feel that they can defy the orders of Parliament and get away with it, as if they're not acquainted with the basic principle that the House of Commons, the representative body of the common people, is supposed to be able to direct the actions of elites. So this is demonstrated. The fact that we've had multiple instances of people called to the bar, likely a third coming up, the fact that we've had so many instances of refusal to hand over documents, it demonstrates this basic problem that our governing elites, increasingly under this Liberal government, feel that they do not have to follow the direction of the common people's house, the elected representatives of the common people, the House of Commons. So this is a corruption of the proper relationship that should exist between governing elites and the common people. That is, the common people's house, the House of Commons, should be recognized as supreme in our system of government, and under these Liberals, it is not. They think that they can defy the direction of the House of Commons. And you'll hear in the debates, Liberals offer various reasons why they didn't like the motion that ordered the production of these documents. And they're welcome to that opinion. They're welcome to vote against motions of the House or motions at committee to order the production of documents. But whether they like the motion is a different question from whether or not they should recognize the supremacy of the House of Commons and the obligation of governing elites to adhere to the wishes of the representatives of the People's House acting in concert. Moreover, Madam Speaker, of course, we need to talk not just about how we got here with this privilege question or the broader issues of corruption in this government, but the outrageous and salacious details of this particular Green Slush Fund scandal. Now, what happened at the Green Slush Fund, very simply, Madam Speaker, is you had a group of elite insiders who were, on behalf of the government, allocating money to various companies. And outrageously, they were voting allocations of government money to their own companies. Now, in some cases, the person who is the direct beneficiary might step out of the room for that vote. In some cases, they didn't. The Auditor General found $58 million went to 10 ineligible projects. $334 million over 186 cases went to projects in which the board members held a conflict of interest. So imagine it. You've got a bunch of people sitting around a table who are deciding which companies get taxpayers' money. And then Bob says, hey, I'd love for my company to get $20 million. Let's all vote on it. But I'll abstain, right? And then next we're going to vote on giving money to Bill's company, right? But he'll abstain, right? Sometimes he'll abstain, right? You know, you got a group of people around the table. You can't make this up. You got a group of well-connected elite insiders with a massive pool of taxpayers' dollars, money worked for, earned by everyday Canadians, given to the government in their taxes. And then you've got this group of elite, well-connected insiders appointed by Liberals sitting around deciding how to give out money, in some cases giving it to ineligible projects, in many cases giving it to companies, projects that are directly benefiting those same people sitting around the table. So Madam Speaker, this is outrageous. Outrageous. This is a clear demonstration of a basic corruption in the operations of this government. Did it violate established rules? Yes, it violated established rules. But moreover, did the fact that anyone could think that that was acceptable, regardless of what the specific rules said, is it plausible that anyone could actually think that it was acceptable to cast a vote on granting taxpayers' dollars to your own company? It's utterly insane. But I think this is demonstrative of where we have gotten, the kind of corruption that is sinking into the government of Canada over the last 9 years. And whether we're talking about this particular scandal or other scandals that are currently being investigated, the Arrive Scam scandal, where we still have senior public servants blaming each other because a former minister said he wanted someone's head on a plate over it. We're currently investigating the outrageous abuses of the Indigenous contracting program, where non-Indigenous elite insiders were able to take advantage of this program, in some cases by pretending to be Indigenous, taking money that was properly supposed to be benefiting Indigenous peoples. Madam Speaker, we are here in the Common Sense Conservative Caucus to stand up for the common people, to stand up for the common good against liberal elite insiders who have corrupted our government. And this is why we need a new government, Madam Speaker, that will bring in common sense.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader. And if I may ask that we check for the noise in the court here. No. There was laughter coming from here. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I want to pick up on the member's comments when he talked about corruption in a different sense, and he's talking about Mark Carney. I want to do a bit of a shift here and talk about Jenny Byrne. There is a foreign interference allegation against the leadership of the Conservative Party, today's leader. Well, didn't Jenny Byrne's co-manage or manage his leadership campaign? Didn't Jenny Byrne's lobby with Loblaws? When did Loblaws acquire Shoppers Drug Mart? I'm wondering, Madam Speaker, if there's something that might be there and we should follow the Conservative lead, ignore the Constitution, and let's just ask for all the information we can get and advance it to the RCMP and say, RCMP, we want you to take this information because there's a lot of concerns about foreign interference, and we believe the leader of the Conservative Party is corrupt.
Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just parenthetically, I would say to the member, if he's going to make things up, at least get the names of the people he's making things up about correct. But you know, to his ridiculous allegations, I would simply say this: this member understands that the government, the exercise of executive power by the government, requires certain particular conflict of interest protections. Because in the exercise of executive power, you have access to information, you have access to decision-making authority that is very particular, and this is why there have to be those kind of conflict of interest protections. These kinds of protections have to be in place, and this government has completely failed to put those protections in place, and this is what we are rightly critiquing with carbon tax, conflict of interest, Mark Carney.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
Questions and comments, the honourable member for Limoilou. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. If I may, I'd like to bring the debate back to the topic at hand and not just the name dropping that can be damaging or not, depending. But my question pertains to SDTC and the appointment processes within the government. Should they not be revised to ensure that there's no conflicts of interest or possible ones, if there are, they should be prevented rather than have everything explode and try to fix things after? Thank you.
Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Should the rules be revised to triple emphasize that there shouldn't be these kinds of conflict of interest if there was ambiguity before? Should additional measures be taken? I think probably yes, they should be. I would also say someone told me once when I was younger that the primary function of a lock is to keep an honest man honest. And what he meant by that is that if you have someone who has clear dishonest intent, that they're going to try to circumvent any locks that are in place. So I would say to the honourable member, yes, we need to work on providing those clear protections for conflict of interest. But we see clearly with this government how they are consistently looking for ways to get around any kind of rules. And I think we need to have both good rules and good character informing decision-making.
The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, throughout this debate, the Conservatives continually do not want any focus on their last time in government, which just ended in 2015. They were the government before this one. What happened in that government? Twice the Conservatives were found in contempt of Parliament, first time in history. They had a multi-billion-dollar loss of taxpayer dollars in the Phoenix Pay scandal. Former Cabinet Minister Tony Clement directed a $50 million slush fund, funneling millions to his Muskoka riding, including a $100,000 gazebo, only to leave this house after a sexting extortion scandal. They shoveled hundreds of millions of Canadian tax dollars to Conservative ridings after the 2008 recession, often displaying them on Conservative Party logo checks. The PM's chief of staff paid for Senator Mike Duffy's legal fees, and there were 4 Conservative senators who had to be suspended without pay. My question is this: is it common sense for Canadians to re-elect a party with such a horrible record of corruption and misuse of taxpayer dollars? Is it common sense just to forget about that?
The honourable member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm sorry to say there's more nonsense in that question than I think you'll give me time to wade through. But let me try to go in order and see how far I get. He said contempt of Parliament, right? So this was a motion from the opposition that the opposition parties voted in favour of that criticized the government. This was not a finding by some objective body. This was opposition parties voting an opinion in the government. So that happened, but it wasn't a demonstration of anything other than that the other political parties in this place were not keen on what Conservatives were trying to do. The Phoenix Pay system was launched by this government, and this government is responsible for the decision to push the button on that. Yes, Conservatives in government made spending decisions that benefited all parts of this country, regardless of who represented them. And what became the major focal point for the opposition parties was apparently a scandal about how money was paid back to the taxpayer in the wrong way. Madam Speaker, compare that to the scandals we're seeing under this Liberal government, where hundreds of millions of dollars not being paid back is considered a normal day under these Liberals. There is absolutely no comparison, Madam Speaker. And,
okay, we have to have 2 more questions, and the honourable member for Barrie Innisfil, and then the member for it.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do want to go back to Mark Carney, who absolutely loves the carbon tax. He's acting in the shadows right now of this Liberal government. We're hearing about contracts, $10 billion. We're hearing about other contracts that he's trying to get from this Liberal government. acting in the shadows, not being open, not being transparent. We actually seen this before. Dominic Barton was a special advisor to the Prime Minister on Finance in 2017. McKinsey ended up with $120 million in contract. How important is it that Mark Carney be held to account?
Madam Speaker, I thank my colleague for that excellent question. Look, this is indeed the application of the kind of McKinsey model to Mark Carney, right? And this is the model where you have very close relationships between elite insiders and the government. Those relationships may not be defined in traditional ways that trigger traditional conflict of interest mechanisms, but they are nonetheless close relationships that allow these insiders to have access to power and also to benefit personally and to have their company benefit. So we saw this with Dominic Barton at McKinsey and how Mr. Pickersgill, who was the leader of Canadian operations, was both the one supplying analysts to the government for work on the Economic Growth Council and was selling to the government, able to drive up McKinsey's take from the government. It's the same model for the last 9 years, benefiting well-connected insiders at the expense of the common people.
Member for Waterloo.
Madam Speaker, the member spoke about the House of Commons and the fact that we do represent Canadians in this place. And what I find interesting is a little bit of the double standard when it comes to the common sex Conservatives, because they believe that we represent Canadians here, yet they oftentimes, people who are not in this chamber are not able to defend themselves, actually do a lot of name calling. So we know even with Mark Carney, we know today, I think, was the first time that they were able to use Dominic Barton's name without adding names to it. I noticed the member from Winnipeg North did reference somebody who participates in their caucus meetings, but there was no additional names. Yet the Conservatives know that people who are not elected can't be in here. They know it's the House of Commons, but time and time again, they add names. So why are the common sex Conservatives okay with name calling when common citizens actually can't be in here to defend themselves? Would that member call his leader to account to say, let's actually remember who we represent here, let's raise the bar and how we act? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan, 20 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Simply, I make no apologies for engaging in debate about how powerful people who are not accountable influence government. But if her concern is that Mark Carney's not able to be in the House to defend himself, I've got a great idea. How about he run in a by-election, and given that he's effectively the finance minister anyways, that he be here on the floor to actually answer questions from the opposition.
You mean debate, the honourable member for Simcoe North. The honourable member for Waterloo on a point of order.
I'm going to interrupt the honourable member from Simcoe North, but I would just say I would like it noted that the Conservative member would rather do name calling than actually remove name calling.
A question of debate. The honourable member for Simcoe North.
Madam Speaker, it's an absolute pleasure to rise this evening, and it's a pleasure to see you in the chair, because I hope over the course of my speech I'll be able to elicit a smile or a chuckle, because that's a little thing we have going on. So, but before I start, I'll put the government House leader or government members on notice. If they're going to make accusations during Qs and Cs that this is the parliamentary privilege motion is offending the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, or that the Auditor General is very uncomfortable, like with the document production order, I would invite the government members to table the document or read specifically from whatever they plan to be or purport to be quoting, so that we can determine whether they're stretching the truth. Because if I look at the actual motion, it says that the law clerk and parliamentary counsel shall provide forthwith any documents received by him pursuant to this order to the Royal Canadian Mounted Police for its independent determination of whether to investigate potential offenses. It is completely up to the RCMP whether they look at the documents. It is completely up to the RCMP whether they decide to conduct an investigation. So with that, putting the government members on notice, Madam Chair, I will get into my remarks. And I'll ask for you a little bit of an indulgence for about 30 seconds. I will bring it home for you. I will put it all together. But I want to start I had the great pleasure of being with a group of individuals at Pleasant Island Beach Club. It was called Muskie Weekend. What do we do there? We share food, we share fellowship, and we share fishing. And one of the things, or two of the things I heard from these individuals that were there, well-esteemed members of the community and great Canadians, they had two challenges. One was about the capital gains tax, which that is not the purpose of tonight's debate, so we'll park that for now. The other was about corruption. And then a couple of members pulled me aside and said, Ad, why is it seem that well-connected insiders have an inside track to government contracts? When regular, everyday Canadians are asking questions about corruption, and why is it that well-connected insiders have an inside track on government contracts? That pretty much tells you all you need to know, Madam Chair. I would note from the letter to the law that the law clerk provided that it is well within the right of this House to request documents. And I'll quote from that letter in page 2. I note the order is an exercise of the House of Commons power to send for documents. This parliamentary privilege is rooted in the preamble of the Constitution Act 1867 and Section 4 of the Parliament of Canada Act. Parliament of Canada and this chamber is able to ask for documents. They're able to ask for documents to be produced. They're able to ask for documents to be made public. But this government actually doesn't share a great relationship with following House orders. Do we need to think about Winnipeg Lab documents where they took the government to court to prevent those documents from being public? They have subsequently been made public. But this government was willing to take the Speaker of the House to court to prevent the documents from being made public. And you could wonder why we would include, which, by the way, this motion was supported by a majority of members in the House, why we would include the ability to send these documents to the RCMP should they wish to receive them. Because the RCMP has actually identified multiple occasions where they themselves haven't been able to get documents from the government. Do we need to remind the government members about SNC Lavalin? Do we need to remind government members about We Charity? Do we need to remind government members about not providing or waiving parliamentary privilege and providing documents for the foreign interference scandal, or again, the Winnipeg Lab documents, as I already mentioned? There are criminal code provisions for breach of trust. There are criminal code provisions for a breach of trust by public officials. It would be completely up to the RCMP whether they choose to look at the documents, whether they choose to allow those documents to inform an investigation if an investigation exists. We are not confusing directing with making sure that the RCMP is informed. But this is a government who has a challenge with the definition of the word directing when we think about the Prime Minister directing an Attorney General to provide a break for a well-connected Liberal firm, or the Minister of Public Safety directing the head of the RCMP to improperly release documents with respect to the very unfortunate and tragic shootings and killings in Nova Scotia. But this speaks to a broader issue of disrespect for Parliament, Madam Chair. The government seems to treat this place like an inconvenience. They seem to treat the House of Commons like an inconvenience, parliamentary committees as an inconvenience. Ministers routinely do not show up to committees when invited. But let's just take a step back about the respect for this place that this government does not have. During the pandemic, the government tried to shut this place down and give itself unlimited taxing and spending powers without the oversight of Parliament for 2 years. They prorogued Parliament in the middle of a scandal investigation of the We Charity issue in order to avoid that investigation from being completed. I already mentioned they were willing to take a speaker to court to prevent the release of the Winnipeg lab documents. And how could we forget the Emergencies Act that this government invoked, provided no evidence to Parliament, had ministers going out and giving press conferences, giving misleading and false information to members of the press on the basis for which the Emergencies Act was invoked in the first place. This is a government who has no respect for the House, no respect for the chamber, no respect for the orders or motions that are passed in this place. This House is merely an inconvenience for the government. If the government cared about institutions as it says it does, it would abide by motions passed in this House by a majority of members. It is no wonder why Canadians are losing faith in their institutions. This government doesn't even have faith in this chamber or this institution themselves. Why should it expect that Canadians will continue to have faith in this institution? If conflicts of interest, Madam Chair, were cookies, this government will have found its hand in the cookie jar way too many times. Aga Khan conflict of interest. Spouses of ministers or spouses of very senior staff individuals lobbying improperly for their clients, especially during COVID. SDTC, the entire purpose of this debate tonight, where the AG found 186 conflicts of interest and called into question almost $400 million of that fund that was spent. The self-dealing at SDTC, completely unacceptable. But Madam Chair, I have a theory about why the government has a problem understanding what conflicts of interest mean. I believe that Liberals believe that everyone under all circumstances will always act in the most altruistic fashion. That is, they believe that if someone's intentions are pure in their heart, they can do no wrong. But instead, I actually think, which happens to be reality, is that the temptation overcomes those altruistic intentions. And conservatives believe that even though altruism and pure intentions are present, we have to protect against that temptation for people to act improperly. And it has nothing to do, Madam Chair, with whether there is an actual conflict of interest, even though we know the Auditor General has identified 186. It has to do with whether there's a perception of a conflict of interest. And there is no better example of this than when the Prime Minister tried to appoint Governor General David Johnston as the special rapporteur. Governor Johnston, a very eminent Canadian, a wonderful person, a good man, a great Canadian, but very, very wrong for the choice of the role that the Prime Minister believed he could do. Why is that? not because there was an actual conflict of interest, although there might have been an actual conflict of interest, but that there was a perception of a conflict of interest. When reasonable people ask, why are well-connected insiders getting rich? That tells me all I need to know, Madam Chair, because a conflict of interest exists. It's not about whether your heart's in the right place. It's not about whether your motivation is pure. It's not about whether there's an actual conflict of interest. It's about whether there is a perception, whether a reasonable person could perceive there to be a conflict of interest. For some reason, and there's lots of lawyers on the other side, Madam Chair, I have a hard time understanding why members of the government time and time again fail to grasp a very basic legal concept of conflicts of interest, because they continually offend it. And it is a simple legal test. It's a question of law whether a conflict exists. It is whether there is a perception of a conflict by a reasonable person. And as I mentioned, when regular Canadians are saying, hey, why does it look like well-connected liberal insiders have the inside track in getting rich off of government contracts? Like, they're reasonable people. In the United States, there's something called the False Claims Act, where whistleblowers can get financial compensation for pointing out frauds on the taxpayer that are then recovered, where money is recovered from these frauds that are perpetrated on the taxpayer. We should seriously consider whether Canada needs whistleblower protection laws like that enhanced such that they would provide financial compensation. Given the frauds that we've seen exposed, that the fact that the government did not support a very reasonable block bill on enhancing whistleblower protections. This is something we should look at, Madam Chair. Think about Arrive scam. Maybe we would have found about that sooner. Maybe we could have recovered government money sooner. Maybe we could have prevented more money from being wasted. But let's go back to SDTC for a minute and talk about the actual conflicts of interest that existed. As I mentioned, the Auditor General found 186 conflicts of interest, and an individual, and I don't enjoy naming individuals in this House, and I try not to on many occasions, Ms. Andre-Lise Mateau was a board member at SDTC. And to be fair to this individual, I've never met her. She, for all I know, is a very wonderful person, and she took on that role to do a great thing for the country when she was asked to sit on the board. But the Auditor General found conflicts of interest, that this individual was present and voting in favor of awarding money to companies where this individual had a financial interest. It would appear that the temptation to enrich oneself overcame the initial pure intentions. But it gets worse, Madam Chair. Even in the face of an investigation by both the Auditor General and an internal investigation, this individual, Ms. Mateau, was given a promotion. She was appointed to the board of the Canada Infrastructure Bank. Now, why would the government appoint an individual who is the subject of an investigation for self-dealing and conflicts of interest to another job? And the facts were well known to everyone at the time of the appointment. And even if they weren't well known to those people in government at the time, Madam Chair, those facts were made public eventually, and everybody knew The government did not have to wait for the end of the investigation to see the documents that show that this individual was present in board meetings where she approved or were partially approved money going to companies in which she had a pecuniary or financial interest. Getting these documents is a right of this Parliament and this House and this chamber and all of us as members in this place to request documents. We've established that it is a right of this House to request documents. They can be made available to the media. They can be made available to the RCMP. When those documents are provided to this House, maybe some members will post them online. If the RCMP wishes to ignore them, that would be up to them. If the RCMP believes they may not be able to rely on those documents in an investigation, that's their choice. If a member from the Justice Department who's being consulted on a breach of trust or a breach of fiduciary duty or a breach of trust by a public official, which are criminal code acts, if they choose not to rely on those documents, that's up to them. In nowhere in the motion today or the original motion does it suggest that the RCMP take any action, that the Auditor General take any action. It is up to them. The Auditor General, even though she has said she did not find any criminality, that's not what the Auditor General was looking at. The Auditor General was looking at whether there were conflicts of interest. And boy, did she find a lot of them, 186 of them, calling into question up to $400 million of the fund that may have been improperly paid through self-dealing or to ineligible recipients. I would completely defer to law enforcement on how they choose to deal with the information should it be made available to them. Unlike the current government, who tries to strong-arm an Auditor General in a criminal investigation to help their friends, or tries to improperly pressure, whether it was directed or not, whether it was wise for them to improperly pressure the commissioner of the RCMP to release information about the firearms that were used in the absolute disgusting tragedy in Nova Scotia while that investigation was underway, because this government had a piece of firearms legislation that it wanted to benefit politically of having that information made public. So, Madam Chair, I would welcome the government House Leader's questions on any of these matters. And if he wants, we can go back and forth for the full 10 minutes. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I'd be happy to go back and forth for a full 10 minutes and give him leave to do so. Having said that, Madam Speaker, I don't think the member really understands in terms of what it is that the Conservative Party is asking. You see, the government understands in terms of what has taken place in the need to do things such as freeze the funding, replacing the board, having the 2 internal audits, recognizing that the Auditor General has a good recommendation and supports those recommendations. And we will ensure that there's a consequence to those actions. The issue at hand is the motion that says the Conservative Party of Canada believes that they should go gather all the information through the privileges of the House and then submit it directly to the RCMP. There are many legal experts that would challenge the Conservative Party on the idea that at the end of the day, it could have charter impacts with respect to the Constitution. And all the Conservatives will say is name them, name them, name them. At the end of the day, they have lawyers within their own caucus that should have a sense of what they're doing. The provincial auditor and the RCMP, Madam Speaker, have felt uncomfortable with this. Why doesn't the Conservative Party?
Member for Simcoe North.
I invited this member before my speech started to actually bring a quote, to bring a fact where he could rely, and he did none of that. He couldn't even name an expert that would back up his point. He just says there are experts that might. Oh, there's experts, lawyers in the Conservative caucus. Well, there's a lot of lawyers in the Liberal caucus, and they've been real quiet on what it means to be in a conflict of interest. So, Madam Chair, I welcome additional questions from that member. I always enjoy getting on my feet to answer them, no matter how unbelievably out of touch they are.
L'honorable député Joliette.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech. All foundations, like this one, were founded at the end of the 90s. It was Marcel Mentier's idea. He was part of Jean Chrétien's Treasury Board. The government chose to impose austerity on provinces by cutting transfers by 40%. Then Ottawa ended up with surpluses. It didn't look good on the financial statements at the end of the year, so they set up these corporations with the issues that we know. The Auditor General at the time, Shayla Fraser, published a report that was truly scathing, damning to the government. That was in 2005. Here we are. It's 2024. Can we just put an end to all of these foundations once and for all? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Chair, merci beaucoup pour mon ami.
I thank my friend
on the Finance Committee who does an excellent job on that committee. I think we have a great working relationship together. And he raises a very interesting point. These myriad of separate funds and boards of directors and organizations that give money out invite conflicts of interest, corruption, and should be, I think he raises a good point. I think we should consider whether we should have all of these organizations, all of these institutions who have that kind of significant control over the public purse. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Skeena-Buckley Valley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks to my colleague from Simcoe North for his remarks on an amendment to a motion that I believe we're supporting, which is a good thing. But my question is at a bit of a higher level. He did an excellent job of enumerating this Liberal government's many ethical breaches, and we've heard other colleagues in this House, both colleagues from the NDP and across the way, list the many ethical breaches of the former Conservative government. For an average citizen who's watching this debate and who's reflecting on successive Liberal and Conservative governments that seem to have trouble acting ethically, what are they to take away from that? And is one of the messages that the protections against such ethical breaches are not strong enough? Is that one of the messages that people should take away from watching successive Liberal and Conservative governments not act in the public interest and in fact break the very ethical code that is supposed to govern this place?
Well, member for Simcoe North.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. That question from my honourable colleague was a very good one. And I'll quite simply say, if anyone breaks the law, there should be consequences. If everyone breaches the Conflicts of Interest Act, there should be consequences. If anyone breaches the public trust under the criminal code, they should be charged. Does it matter to me what party that person belongs to? It doesn't matter to me what current position they hold or held or might hold in the future. If there is the breaking of a law or the breaching of public trust or a breach of the Conflict of Interest Act, there should be consequences. And by the way, Madam Chair, I will add, I support fully increasing the penalties for those breaches of public trust or in the Conflicts of Interest Act. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and congratulations to my colleague from Simcoe North for very, very detailed and thoughtful speech about an important issue. The conflict of interest, the many breaches of the conflict of interest and the amount of that leads basically to, we're in a corruption conversation here. And seems like corruption is becoming a culture in the Canadian governmental system on the federal level. How dangerous that can be to the institutional, to the way we do things, and how can we continue to govern with the trust of the people if this level of corruption is taking place in this country? Thank you.
Honourable Member for Simcoe North.
Madam Chair, what a wonderful, well-placed question from a very esteemed colleague. We are entering a culture of corruption, maybe even a culture of kleptocracy. What we are overseeing here are well-connected liberal insiders that have the inside track to government programs, self-dealing. The Auditor General couldn't have been more clear. 186 examples of a conflict of interest.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm wondering if the member could explain to me the lack of confidence, what appears to be the lack of confidence that the Conservative Party has in the RCMP institution. Does he believe that the RCMP do not have the ability to do what it is that's been asked of them to do in terms of investigation of authorities and working with the independence of our judicial system, so that the Conservatives feel obligated that they have to go out and get information and direct it using their privileges as parliamentarians and giving that information directly to the RCMP? Does he not have confidence in the RCMP?
The Honourable Member for Simcoe North.
Madam Chair, artificial intelligence is getting so good. That can't be real, what this member just asked. Do we have confidence in the RCMP? Of course we do. But let's remember the record of the government. Not waiving cabinet confidence with respect to the SNC-Lavalin, not waiving cabinet confidence with respect to the invocation of the Emergencies Act, which by and large ended up preventing the RCMP from getting documents. Like, that's the record of the government. We, of course, have great faith in the RCMP, but this government has frustrated their ability to get documents to prevent itself from being investigated. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Brandon Souris.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I just want to talk my colleague to expand on what we're talking about here, and he just started to in that last question, answering it in regards to the alleged failure to produce documents pertaining to the Sustainable Development Technology Canada. I mean, this was all supposed to be about sustainability, and here we are with a government that is showing some of the largest corruption of any government in Canadian history, and accountability is what we're here to get to the bottom of. And so I asked previously today about the proportion of the size of this scandal, which seems to me to be the largest I've ever heard of in Canadian history. So if he could just elaborate on that.
Member for Simcoe North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This may be the last question. I think my kids might have stayed up to watch this, so I'll just say good night to them, Davey and Cooper. But I thank the honourable member for the question about the size of the corruption. The Auditor General has called into question almost $400 million of payments out of this fund that either went as a matter of conflicts of interest and self-dealing, or to recipients who are ineligible to receive the funds in the first place. The sheer size of this boondoggle is quite massive, the likes of which we've never seen before, Madam Chair.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Or, as I like to call it, Edmonton West, Edmonton Mall. Now, I'm very pleased to join the debate today on this current scandal. I'm going to start with a quote from Andy Warhol. I wake up every morning, I open my eyes, and I think, here we go again. Here we go again. Another Liberal scandal, another case of Liberals benefiting Liberal insiders, another case of Liberals blocking the legally ordered production of documents, another case of the Liberal government disrespecting Parliament. Now, what scandal are we talking about? Those watching at home, such as my colleague's son, probably one of 2 or 3 people still watching on CPAC. I want to know what scandal. There have been so many. Are we here talking about the SNC-Lavalin scandal? Nope. Where the government interfered with the justice case in order for their prized or preferred company, SNC-Lavalin, would escape being banned from bidding on government procurement projects. Are we here talking about the We Charity scandal? We all remember that, where they used taxpayers' dollars to hire and pay off the Prime Minister's family. Using taxpayers' dollars to bail out the broken company of the creepy We founders who were famous Liberal Party promoters, where the new Quebec Liberal lieutenant, the current Minister of Procurement, who was the Treasury Board Minister at the time, broke and violated the Official Languages Act to ensure a sole source $950 million contract was given to We Charity. Think about that. Newly promoted, to those in Quebec, the man from the government who's supposed to be representing Quebec interests violated the Official Languages Act to ensure a unilingual company of We Charity, friends of the Prime Minister, got a sole source $950 million contract. Of course, the finance minister at the time, Bill Marneau, we remember, received a $47,000 gift from We Charity to fly his family on a luxury vacation. The same We Charity he was funneling money to with their budgets. The same We Charity, by the way, which also employed his daughter. Or was it the Prime Minister's vacation scandal? Which one, you ask? I should be more specific, of course. The Billionaire Island scandal, where the Prime Minister received a free trip from a registered lobbyist. Or perhaps the surfing holiday scandal, the very first day that officially recognizing Truth and Reconciliation Day, the Prime Minister heads off to Tofino to go surfing. Or perhaps it's the most recent Christmas Jamaica scandal, where the Prime Minister went on vacation, a $9,000 a night gift he received from a friend who also is, of course, a donor to the Trudeau Foundation. Luckily, this time, it wasn't a Trudeau Foundation donor who was linked to the PRC that we know of. Is it perhaps the ArriveCan scandal, where the government gave millions to companies to do no work for an app that didn't work? An app that sent 10,000 Canadians, by mistake, into quarantine. When we had the government in committee, in Ogo, the operations committee, the mighty Ogo, we actually heard they didn't even test the app upgrade that they paid millions for before releasing it, inflicting it upon Canadians, sending 10,000 into quarantine by mistake. I would like to continue with some of these scandals. How much time do I have for this speech, Madam Speaker?
15 minutes.
Oh, I only have 16 more minutes, so I don't have enough time to cover the rest. So I'm going to move on. I'm going to talk about the Green Fund spending scandal. But wait, again, you ask which one? Only the Liberal government could actually have a scandal with subsets to it. We're actually looking at 3 different green spending scandals right now. There's a scandal A, a scandal B, scandal C. There's the Environment Green Grants Audit scandal, where the internal audit audited the grants and contributions of the Department of the Environment. We found millions given to super profitable companies who have been cited for massive pollution problems, and yet the government's giving out millions to them. In fact, I've got the last couple here. Rio Tinto, which is worth billions of dollars, received millions from this from the Liberal government with very little oversight. Lafarge Canada, another foreign company, receiving millions from the government, again without oversight. We found out through the audit, they actually also funded, subsidized foreign universities in the U.S. U.S. universities with billions in their endowment, taxpayers, through the Liberals, decided we're going to subsidize those universities. Actually gave money to a foreign country to study fauna, and I think it was New Zealand. What that has to do with the Canadian environment is beyond me. But what we found out through the audit is that they did not provide proper oversight and governance. Then, of course, we have the Green Net Zero Accelerated Fund scandal, as shown from the Environment Commissioner, who works with the Auditor General. $8 billion of Canadian taxpayers' money. At the same time, in my writing, we have an association, not-for-profit charity, called the Veterans Association Food Bank, They serve veterans, RCMP veterans, police veterans. We actually have a food bank in a city as wealthy as Edmonton, as wealthy as Canada, for veterans who cannot feed themselves, but we have an $8 billion accelerator fund. The Auditor General reports that the Liberal government didn't track value for money and did not track the ability of any of these companies receiving $8 billion, whether they were actually using the money to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Think about that, $8 billion to accelerate the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions, but we're going to give it to companies, but we're not actually going to ask them to prove they're using the money to reduce greenhouse gases. 12 of the 17 companies provided zero plans to actually reduce greenhouse gases. Comment from the Auditor General Office to the Environment Commissioner: due diligence was not followed by the Liberal government before shoveling Canadian tax dollars out the door. If you think about that, billions of dollars given away. We actually looked through, we got a list of just 8 of the companies that received money through this who had not provided any proof that we're going to use taxpayers' money to actually reduce greenhouse gas emissions. The total market capitalization, which is the value of these companies, exceeds $1 trillion. Now think about that. Again, to any Canadians struggling at home, 25%, I understand, are under the poverty line now. 2 million Canadians at a food bank every month. We can't provide our soldiers with ammunition or even sleeping bags. I have veterans going to food banks in Edmonton, but the government has $8 billion to give to corporations worth over $1 trillion and can't even bother to say, you know what, for this $8 billion gift, could you maybe, please, pretty please, prove to us that you're actually going to reduce greenhouse gases with this money? Of course not. Government does not do that. And of course, now we're on to the third scandal of the green spending money, the one we are debating here tonight, the Green Slush Fund. And to summarize this scandal, the Auditor General found that the Liberals turned Sustainable Development Technology Canada, SDTC, into a slush fund for Liberal insiders. A recording that was leaked of a senior civil servant slammed the quote-unquote outright incompetence of the Liberal government, which gave $390 million worth of contracts inappropriately. Of course, where have we heard this before, money given out inappropriately? The Auditor General found that SDTC gave $58 million to 10 ineligible projects that on occasions could not demonstrate an environmental benefit or development of green technology. Again, where have we heard that? Oh, that's scandal number 2. But at least this time, I give the government credit. It was only $58 million they gave away for no reason, down from the $8 billion they gave away. Mind you, it's from the same department, which is unfortunate. $3 of $1 billion was given out over 186 cases to projects in which the board members had a conflict of interest. $3 of $1 billion. You think if you had $3 of $1 billion to hand out, they would actually make sure that perhaps the people receiving the money weren't the same people deciding who would receive the money? $58 million went to projects without ensuring contribution agreements and terms were met. This is the same issue we had with the audit of the administration of grants and contributions from Environment Canada, where money was given out without any oversight or without proper oversight. To quote from that report, the structural and strategic foundations needed to support the program delivery model, such as governance, processes, systems, compliance framework, training capability, building, etc., do not adapt in a manner that effectively supports the scale and complexity of the number of programs. Inconsistent financial management approaches that do not fully support efficient program delivery. I am down to 2 minutes. I thought it was 16 minutes. So I will just go on. We've had this issue before where Parliament committee has demanded documents. If you remember the McKinsey scandal, I forgot to cover that earlier. Friends, Dominic Barton, friends of the Prime Minister, company received 10 times the amount of contracts under this government previously. The same McKinsey that is responsible for, quote-unquote, supercharging the opioid crisis in Canada. Probably one of the most vile companies in the entire world. The Operations Committee demanded documents from this government, and the government refused. We have various levels of the government stating why, saying Parliament, much like we're hearing from the Liberals, apparently is not supreme. We actually heard government officials, the PCO, the Privy Council Office, the Prime Minister's own department telling us that the information laws, privacy laws, supersede the will of Parliament. And here we are back again, same issue, same attitude from the government, the same cover-up. This time at least, unlike with McKinsey, we have the Bloc and the NDP supporting us. We will get to the truth of Part 3 of the Green Slush Fund. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member will have 7 minutes to conclude his remarks when we next come to this motion. Having reached the expiry of the time provided for today's debate, the House will resume consideration of the privilege motion at the next sitting of the House.
Now, pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is the time of the parliamentary day when we change agenda items. We go from discussing one Liberal corruption scandal to discussing a different Liberal corruption scandal. So it's a completely different change of mind frame here. Previously, we were talking about the Liberal Green Slush Fund scandal. Now I'm going to follow up on a question I asked about the Arrive scam scandal, Madam Speaker. There's an expression, same stuff, different day. We see so much corruption under this NDP Liberal government. So the Arrive scam scandal, Madam Speaker, we continue to see new revelations. Right now, the Government Operations Committee is doing a study on the Liberal Indigenous contracting scandal. This is a scandal involving how Liberals misused the Indigenous contracting system to allow well-connected, in many cases non-Indigenous elites to take and benefit from resources that were supposed to be going to support Indigenous communities. And we had testimony from the AFN that suggested that a very small percentage of those allotments for Indigenous contracting are actually going to real Indigenous companies. And so, Madam Speaker, this is a contracting scandal, another contracting scandal the Government Operations Committee is investigating, but it comes out of the Arrive scam scandal. Because the Arrive scam scandal, which revealed just how broken government contracting was a scandal involving $60 million spent on a glitchy app that didn't work very well, and a company was hired to build this app, GC Strategies, that is not an IT company. It doesn't actually build apps. So the government thought, we're going to hire someone to build an app. Let's go to a company that doesn't build apps. It's two people in a basement. What they do, they don't build apps. They receive the contract and they pass it on. So the government went and hired someone who went and hired other people. And one of the companies that got business as part of this was a company called Dalian, a company on the government's Indigenous contracting list, but also a company that didn't actually do any work on it. It simply received contracts and subcontracted. And part of the corruption we're seeing is that the government is using tiny companies, well-connected insiders who receive contracts and subcontracted. Madam Speaker, the concept of this, it's very simple. Let's say hypothetically that I needed to have someone come in and replace my bathtub. Right? So let's say I went out and hired someone and I paid them a certain amount of money, but they didn't actually produce bathtubs or know anything about them. This person simply got the contract for me and went out and subcontracted it, bought it from someone else and sold it to me for a markup. That's what happened with ArriveCam. You had a company that was hired, they took the contract, they hired someone else to do the work, they got the contract at the markup. Madam Speaker, this doesn't make a lot. Not in the interest of taxpayers that this would happen, but well-connected insiders have continually profited under this government. They have ran a government with the purpose not of serving Canadians in general, but of allowing well-connected elite insiders to take advantage of programs that are supposed to be benefiting Canadians as a whole. We see this with ArriveCan, an app that didn't work very well, that accidentally sent over 10,000 Canadians into quarantine, where these tiny middleman companies were able to make massive markups. Now we're seeing it in the abuse of Indigenous contracting, where non-Indigenous elite insiders pretending are able to take advantage of this program and take for themselves money that should be benefiting Indigenous entrepreneurs and Indigenous communities across this country. The contracting system in this government is broken. Well-connected insiders are taking advantage of it, and it is not producing value for money. Madam Speaker, will this government apologize for the Arrive scam scandal and commit to real, meaningful change, or will it take a Conservative government to replace it?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to give me the opportunity to reply to my colleagues' concerns regarding the ArriveCam application. As soon as there were allegations of improper contracting practices, the CBSA launched an internal investigation. The matter was also referred to the RCMP for investigation. Contracts of 3 of the companies involved, including GC Strategies, have also been suspended through a stop work order issued by Procurement Canada. We expect procurement procedures to be followed correctly, and for anyone who fails to comply with the rules to face the appropriate consequences. This has always been the case and always will be. Reports from the Office of the Procurement Ombudsman and the Auditor General have highlighted unacceptable shortcomings in management processes, roles, and controls. Some recommendations have already been implemented, and the CBSA is taking further steps to ensure that practices are aligned with policies and meet the expectations of Canadians.
Government is taking steps to ensure all departments are better positioned to undertake projects of this nature in the future. While the RCMP cannot comment on specific investigations, it can confirm that significant coordination is underway. Rest assured, Madam Speaker, investigators have access to the resources, tools, and supports necessary to advance an investigation. The RCMP is examining this matter carefully with all available information, including the Auditor General's Performance Audit Report, and will take appropriate actions as required. However, it will be inappropriate for us to provide any further comments on this matter at this time. The government has full confidence that any RCMP investigation will be pursued with integrity and efficiency. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Parliamentary Secretary read kind of a pre-prepared legalese attempt to deflect all responsibility for the government's failures here. But here are the facts. Facts we know. That a former minister, according to testimony at the Government Operations Committee, a former minister said he wanted someone's head on a plate, someone to blame within the public service. And this spawned intensifying conflict between senior civil servants trying to blame each other and trying to not be the government's chosen fall person. This government has failed to take responsibility for how, under their watch over the last 9 years, they have broken Canada's contracting system and allowed well-connected elite insiders to make off like bandits, providing no benefit to the Canadian people. So will the government actually take responsibility for the mess that they've created?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
We understand. We are also taking the concerns very seriously expressed by the Honourable Member. The RCMP takes all complaints seriously, and all decisions taken reflect the rigour, diligence, and the independence of its actions. The RCMP is assessing the information available, including the AG's performance audit report, and will take appropriate action. The RCMP has been seized of the allegations, and the government welcomes these ongoing investigations. As this is an ongoing investigation, the RCMP is limited in the details it can provide. We are confident that the RCMP has access to the resources, tools, and support necessary to move these investigations forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So it was on May 10th of this year that I posed a question about the Liberals' risky and failed experimentation program in British Columbia with the free distribution of hard drugs to our most severely addicted neighbours. Now, specifically, I wanted to know whether the Liberal members of Parliament would be voting with us, the Conservative members of Parliament, on a common sense motion that we had put forward a couple of days earlier to ban hard drugs and offer recovery and hope instead. I thought it was a fair question because at that time, it had become abundantly clear that the free drug experimentation program in British Columbia had been an utter failure. Even the left-leaning NDP Premier David Eby was admitting failure and was demanding an immediate stop to the pilot project. Now, the vote came up a couple of days later, and the Liberals and the NDP, of course, voted against our common sense motion because that's what they always do. They always vote against our common sense motions. But I wonder if the vote were held today, if that same motion were tabled today, whether they would vote with us, now being 5 months later. And I asked it in this context, that looking at how these two parties and their counterpart in British Columbia, the NDP provincial government, has been flip-flopping on issues relating to toxic drug crisis, it's hard to say how they would vote today. They really believe in harm reduction and safe supply and decriminalization, even if those beliefs are based more on ideology than on evidence and data. The harm reductionists, the academics, the leaders, even the government's own professional advisors were encouraging and calling on the government to not abandon the project, but to expand it. More government-issued narcotics available for more people in more parts of the province. Now, it's hard to shake people from their ideologically held beliefs, even if the evidence is clearly contrary to those beliefs, because it is just so easy to dismiss inconvenient evidence to the contrary as misinformation. And that's what they tend to do. Except, of course, when the evidence is the latest polling data showing many formerly safe NDP and Liberal seats leaning Conservative if an election were to be held today. And now this is particularly worrisome for Provincial Premier David Eby, who is facing the fight of his political life right now. An election is just a couple of weeks away. So what does he do? Well, he takes a look at what the Conservatives are doing, right? What's moving them ahead in the polls. He adopts some of their policies, and now he's trying to convince British Columbians that, well, this is what he believed all along anyways. And this time, it really is going to work. Well, I'm hoping, Madam Speaker, together with many other people, that British Columbians are done with the NDP experiment altogether. Now, back to our Conservative Party motion here in the House of Commons back in May. I'm going to read just a small little part of it, that the House call on the Prime Minister to end taxpayer-funded narcotics and redirect that money into treatment and recovery programs for drug addiction. Now, that's a motion that the Liberals and NDP voted against. But how would they vote today? Would they change their mind, given that the BC, their counterpart in British Columbia, flip-flopped on radical decriminalization program earlier this year, and how now, in the heat of an election campaign, he is flip-flopping on what he calls compassionate intervention programs, treatment. The emphasis is now on treatment. So I'm wondering how Liberals would vote today. And
the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The overdose crisis is one of the biggest and most complex public health threats Canada has faced in decades. There is no simple solution. It's fueled by complex and interrelated factors, such as the contamination of the illegal drug supply by potent synthetic opioids, the underlying socioeconomic disadvantages faced by those who have difficulty connecting people with appropriate services in a fragmented treatment landscape. We must unite to stop the unnecessary harm and death of people across the country.
Can address this crisis alone. That is why we are working closely with all orders of government, partners, and stakeholders to implement a comprehensive approach to addressing substance use and related harms focused on health, social well-being, and protecting public safety. Travailler avec les provinces.
Working with provinces, territories, and other partners across the country means implementing new solutions, monitoring them closely, and making adjustments along the way. We can't try the same thing over and over again and expect different results. We need to be bold and open to finding new solutions to get us out of this crisis.
This exemption for personal drug possession demonstrates this point. In May 2024, we granted BC's request to prohibit the possession of controlled substances in public spaces because the province identified a concern and sought to adjust their approach. We always maintain that this exemption granted at the request of the provincial government will be closely monitored and amended if needed. La sécurité publique est
Public safety remains an absolute priority for the Government of Canada. We continue to strive for innovative solutions to solve the current drug toxicity crisis. We're working closely with our national and international partners, including Public Safety Canada, the RCMP, Canada Border Services Agency, and Canada Post, to disrupt the supply of legal drugs, equip border officers with the tools to intercept illegal drugs and precursors, and work with our private sector partners to counter the laundering of money from illegal drug trafficking. The Government of Canada will also continue to invest in other evidence-based services and supports to address this crisis. For example, Budget 2024 announced a new commitment of $150 million for a fund to support municipalities and Indigenous communities. This funding will enable a rapid response for hard-hit communities with urgent and critical needs related to the overdose crisis. With the ultimate goal of providing Canadians with rapid access to prevention, risk reduction, treatment, and recovery services and supports that they need, we will continue to work with municipalities, provincial and territorial governments, law enforcement, Indigenous communities, and people with lived experience to take urgent action and leverage our collective tools and expertise to address this national public health crisis.
Honourable Member for Langley Aldergrove.
Good. Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank the Parliamentary Secretary for her response. She might not be aware of the recent case in British Columbia of a 13-year-old girl, Brianna McDonald, who died in a homeless camp of a overdose, toxic drug overdose. She had been in and out of the hospital many times, and despite her family urging the hospital to keep her in for treatment, the hospital administration decided that at 13 years old, Brianna was able to make her own health decisions. A few weeks later, she was dead. The family is now calling on the government to support involuntary treatment for people who cannot make responsible health decisions for themselves. My question again is, will this government support a move towards treatment for people like Brianna? Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And yes, I'm aware of this file. And people use substances for a variety of reasons, including for medical purposes or to cope with stress, trauma, or pain.
We need to take into account the wide range of individual needs and remember that everyone deserves access to the help that's right for them. That's why countering stigma has remained a priority for the government to ensure that all Canadians have access to appropriate services. Stigma directly harms people who use drugs. It creates barriers to services and reduces the quality of care. It also encourages people to hide their drug use and prevents them from getting help. We aim to encourage policies and programs that focus on health and compassion and hope to create a society where substance use disorders are seen as a chronic health problem, deserving care without judgment.
The Honourable Member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So last week I had the opportunity to question the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry about steel and the effect of the carbon tax on steel. And it was incredible to hear the answer that this minister tried to pawn off on us, saying that the government has stood up for steel workers. Well, I've met with steel workers, I've met with the steel industry, and I'm sure the minister has as well. And what the steel industry has said unequivocally is that if the carbon tax goes up, as it is scheduled to go up, there will be no steel industry left in Canada. So the government's plan to quadruple the carbon tax will effectively drive the entire steel industry in Canada out of business. If that's what standing up for steel workers means to this government, I think they've got the definition wrong. So what we've seen in the steel industry as a result of the carbon tax, so the carbon tax makes Canadian steel very expensive, far more expensive than all their competitors. And what we now see is that 61% of steel in Canada comes from foreign countries. They're imports. And every year it gets worse. Why? Because the carbon tax makes Canadian steel far more expensive than any other steel in the world. And in fact, the country's now being flooded with very cheap, very dirty Chinese steel. So Chinese steel is 2 times more polluting with carbon emissions, more than 2 times, than Canadian steel. And so what this government is doing is driving out the steel business in this country. Steel accounts for about 120,000 direct and indirect jobs in this country. The carbon tax is going to effectively kill those jobs. We know that the carbon tax has done a whole bunch of things. We now have 2 million people going to a food bank because the carbon tax has made food so expensive. We have tent cities all across the entire country, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds, because housing has become so expensive under this Liberal government. My question to the minister was this: if you think that the carbon tax is so great, and it's going to be so beneficial, not only for Canadian steelworkers, but so beneficial for Canadians in general, why don't they just call a carbon tax election and let Canadians decide? Because I think they will unequivocally and resoundingly say they've had enough of the carbon tax. So my question tonight again is, the carbon tax is driving jobs out of this country. It's making food more expensive. It's getting Canadians to line up at food banks because they can't afford food. If they're so confident that the carbon tax is working so well, will they call a carbon tax election? If not, why not?
Honorable Secrétaire Parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I won't be able to answer his question, but les coûts des changements climatiques.
The cost of climate change is clear. Canadians want to be part of the answer, and so do businesses. Innovative businesses of all sizes continue to meet consumer demand for low-emission carbon products and are investing massively to adapt their production accordingly.
The member opposite should know that Canada's steel producers are leading the way. For example, just this year, ArcelorMittal Dafasco earned Responsible Steel certification, recognizing the company's leadership in reducing greenhouse gas emissions, noise, emissions effluents, as well as waste and water stewardship and biodiversity. In Canada, we use carbon pricing because it works. It creates powerful financial incentives for industries and individuals to take concrete steps to reduce their emissions. And in fact, in the member opposite's riding of Dufferin-Caledon, over 80,000 people received the Canada carbon rebate. L'approche du Canada.
Canada's approach to carbon pricing is flexible. Industries from all sectors have stated that they support carbon pricing because of this flexibility. And they've stated that putting a price on pollution allows them to invest in cleaner processes without any heavy-handed government intervention. Carbon pricing is an economic policy that works by guaranteeing that our industries continue to be competitive in a decarbonized world. The federal system allows provinces and territories to maintain their own system if it meets minimum national standards. Since 2019, we've put in place carbon pricing across Canada. Several provinces, such as Alberta, BC, and Quebec, were already applying carbon pricing long ago.
All of the money paid by industries gets given right back to the province where it comes from to invest in clean energy projects for industry. For every dollar that's been invested in industry through these pricing proceeds, $3 have been mobilized, essentially tripling investment in clean industrial projects. By putting a price on pollution, we send a signal across the economy to encourage households and businesses to change their behavior, find new and innovative ways to use less polluting energy, products, and services.
The industry remains competitive, both thanks to incentives offered by carbon pricing to develop new technologies, and thanks to a smart design of pricing for heavy industry across Canada. Our approach allows overall costs to be kept low while continuing to foster emissions reduction and maintain Canada's competitiveness abroad. That's why many economists support carbon pricing as the most effective and least costly tool that we have to fight climate change. Carbon pricing is a key pillar of Canada's climate plan because it reduces emissions, expedites the use of technologies and clean fuel, and supports good jobs in a diversified economy, but also because it completes and amplifies the impacts of the other elements of our climate plan. Carbon pricing lays the groundwork for over 140 measures of Canada's emissions reduction plan, such as the clean fuel regulation that reduces carbon intensity in gas and diesel in Canada, and the electricity regulation project, which will allow for a net zero electric network.
The Honourable Member for Dufferin-Caledon.
It's almost impossible to respond coherently to that answer. So, look, the steel industry has made it very clear. If the carbon tax continues to go up, they will be out of business. I know the investments they've made. They produce the greenest steel in the world, and they should be rewarded for that. Instead, what the government's doing is punishing them for that by promising to quadruple the carbon tax. So the fact is, she can say what she wants, that she thinks carbon pricing is great. The steel industry is on the record saying if the carbon tax goes up as planned, they will be completely out of business. 61% of the Canadian steel market is already taken up by cheap, dirty steel imports. The industry itself is saying this will be the end of us. How can that member stand here and say it's working when the industry says it's going to put them out of business?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
And because full of economists are saying the same. Canadians across the country are raising the alarm on climate change. They can see it with their own eyes. Longer, fiercer wildfire seasons, hottest summers in history, floods in urban and rural areas across the country over the last few years, and I could go on. Experts tell us that from 2015 to 2025, climate change impacts will have shaved $25 billion off the GDP. That's half a year's growth. Without significant additional actions to reduce emissions, these costs are projected to grow to $35 billion in 2030. This is what scientists predict a long time ago. We need to take ambitious action now to avoid drastic changes to the trajectory of the climate on Earth. And pricing pollution is an essential strategy because, Madam Speaker, it simply can be free to pollute.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.